reunite with family.
In the event of an emergency, family members, including children, seniors, and individuals with disabilities, should be aware of the location of survival supplies and go bags with important supplies, as well as an evacuation route within the home that leads to a predetermined meeting place outside of your residence, in case it is unsafe to remain indoors.
Train your pet to be comfortable in a portable kennel, which will make it easier and safer to transport if you need to evacuate. And just like your family go bag, you'll also want to prepare a pet emergency kit or a pet go bag, like a backpack or rolling bag full of emergency supplies, such as pet food and water for several days, making sure that perishables, such as food items, are replaced every few months.
Part of your family emergency plan should include your list of out-of-state contacts, so family members will know who to call in the event of an emergency. You can sign up for LA City emergency alerts at notifyla.org and learn how and when to dial 911.
Find a safe place to stay ahead of time where pets are welcome in case you have to evacuate. But it's best to keep them with you if possible. Keep your pets' vaccinations up to date so that they can be admitted to boarding facilities or cross state lines if needed.
Identify and store necessary prescriptions, vitamins, face coverings, eyeglasses, and personal hygiene supplies in your go bag. Keep credit cards, debit cards, and cash in small denominations close to your chest for day-to-day spending. You may want to make sure photos and irreplaceable memorabilia are in an accessible place so they can be transported to safety as well.
We also recommend making copies of pet vaccination records, microchip information, photos of your pet, your contact information, friends and relatives' contact information, and any notes on pet feeding, medication, and behavior. Keep a copy of these items with a friend or family member or in a cloud storage where you'll be able to access. Disasters, emergencies, and evacuations can happen at any time, so being prepared is key to keeping you and your family and pets safe in case of an emergency. To learn more about pet emergency preparedness and to view our available resources, please visit laanimalservices.com.
And to help prepare for an emergency, go to emergency.lacity.org.
Hello, everyone. I'm Susan Huckle, and here's what's happening in LA this week. Baseball victory! We celebrated the World Series win for the Dodgers, who brought the trophy back to LA. The city family organized a parade, and the fans formed a sea of blue along the route to honor the team's back-to-back success.
Back-to-back champions, the Los Angeles
Los Angeles is bad crazy for their Dodgers.
Back-to-back champions! Woo!
This just represents LA. Like Dodgers represent LA. I hope to see all the players having a good time, you know, just have the time of their lives.
How about 3 and 6 years?
Kershaw, forever a Dodger.
Yamamoto is the GOAT. There's no beating that dude. Yamago, shout out him. Hi, Kike! Woo!
This is why we won. Because our players. Go
That last inning, 11th inning came through in Game 7. Man, my house was bananas.
Like the whole series, it was just like nail biting, like literally nail biting.
I came out with a Dodgers jersey like when I was born, not even gonna lie. It means the world because I get to bring my son that baseball's his life right now.
The Dodgers, they're just like a community, like a family to us.
My mom's 87, she'll be 88 in January, and I'm trying to take her around and have her do things that she hasn't done in her lifetime. That last game was amazing, so I said, Mom, I'm picking you up in the morning and we're going.
That's one thing the Dodgers do is bring everybody together. Everybody together!
It's beautiful. It's beautiful to be a part of this. It's something bigger than all of us, you know?
Nowhere, because I'm sick right now.
This is the best day for LA.
Best day of my life!
All right, Dodgers, we got two. We got to get the third one. Let's get that 3P. Let's go, Dodgers! Let's go, Dodgers! Let's go, Dodgers!
The city's Jobs and Economic Development Initiative, or JEDI Zone, focuses on neighborhood areas that need some help. Councilmember Tim McCosker introduced us to a new zone along Pacific Avenue, which is welcoming emerging business to the community.
We are in San Pedro, part of the 1-5, and we're on Pacific Avenue. And Pacific Avenue is the recipient of a new JEDI Zone, Jobs and Economic Development Initiative. We are at a piece of property that is going to be reopened as Cafe Bodega.
We're here celebrating Sandy and Cafe Bodega, and we are excited, the Economic and Workforce Development Department, to support her and other businesses in our JEDI zones. To become a JEDI zone, you have to be located within an underserved area of the city. So typically an area that is a low moderate income, an area that was previously a redevelopment area. And so we look at those criteria and work with the council offices to establish a zone. And within that zone, we bring an infusion of all of our economic development and workforce development tools.
It can be microloans, it can be waiver of permits, it can be technical assistance, it can be some efforts to make repairs at the frontage of the property, and it's all designed to be city services that can be waived or assisted so that we improve the economic development, we improve the look of certain corridors within the city.
Well, it helped tremendously because of the microloan. It helped me finish up construction. I'm still in construction. And then the equipment. So coffee equipment's very pricey, and some of the kitchen equipment and furnishings.
We just rolled out the microloan component of the JEDI Zone program a little over a couple of months ago. And so Cafe Bodega is the first recipient of that loan, and we're excited to be here, celebrate her, and applaud her for going through our process.
Well, as a councilman of the 1-5, I'm really gratified to have the JEDI Zone because city processes and all government processes are really, really hard on small businesses. And so when we put together the JEDI Zone, we are creating an opportunity to make those processes a little bit easier, and in some cases to make them actually beneficial and provide services, cut a little bit of the red tape, and it's still a lot of effort to open a business and bring back corridors like Pacific Avenue or Wilmington Avenue or Avalon Boulevard.
Sandy has purchased this, and she's revitalizing it for the community good. And so coming here, this is the exact example of what we want to do in supporting her and other businesses, bringing goods and services to the community, bringing the community together, bringing more foot traffic in corridor, as well as bringing an economic base and opportunities for young folks to be employed in the community as well. Please come and visit the Economic and Workforce Development website, which is ewdd.lacity.gov.
The community comes to you was the message from Councilmember Imelda Padilla's second annual health fair. With services and providers on the ground, community members got free consultations and resources close to home.
Today we are in the 6th District for our now second annual health fair. I'm with Syndicated Insurance Agency, and we're happy to be here. We're one of the sponsors of the Arleta Health Fair. We're here to help the community, answer any questions, consultations at no cost.
For our community to know where they can get their COVID shots, where they can get their flu shots, and also find out about where the local affordable clinics are for folks that don't necessarily have the proper insurance. We want to make sure that we're a partner and letting folks know where they can go.
Yo lo hice principalmente por mi salud. Sé que vienen quizás más gripes, más COVID y tenemos que estar preparados. Uno nunca sabe. Y si hay la oportunidad y es gratis, ¿por qué no hacerlo?
Es importante que piensen en su salud porque si se enferman, enferman a su familia y es un efecto dominó, enferman a todos.
Everybody is welcome. It's not just for residents of CD6. We know that there is a lot of fear right now in our community to be able to take advantage of, federally funded clinics. But that is why it was important for our office to show folks that it's not just about you going to the community also comes out to you.
A new LA Fire Department chief is announced. The city fights copper wire theft and a $9 million state grant for LA City housing. These stories up next on City Beat.
Following a nationwide search, Mayor Karen Bass has named Jamie Moore as the new chief of the Los Angeles Fire Department, LAFD. An LAFD firefighter for over 30 years, Moore is the Valley Bureau commander leading 5 battalions, 39 fire stations, and almost 1,000 personnel. According to Bass, Moore will advance an agenda to better prepare LA for major emergencies, upcoming world events, and to improve responses to 911 calls citywide. If confirmed by LA City Council, Moore will be the second Latino chief to lead the department and the first Spanish-speaking fire chief. For more information, visit mayor.lacity.gov/press. LA City Council has voted to approve a reward program in the fight against copper wire theft in Los Angeles. The Metal and Wire Theft Reward Program will offer up to $5,000 for tips leading to the arrest and conviction of felony offenders, or $1,000 for misdemeanor offenders. According to Councilmember John Lee, who chairs the Public Safety Committee, copper wire theft is costly for the city and requires extensive repairs to critical infrastructure. The ordinance will cover metal and wire owned by the city or located on city property and will include plaques, tombstones, statues, light posts, and copper wire. For more information, visit council.lacity.gov. LA City Housing Authority, HACLA, announced that it has secured a $9 million state grant under the HomeKey Plus initiative to expand housing solutions for Angelenos. Managed by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, the program is designed to increase permanent supportive housing and services. Under the program, HACLA will acquire a multifamily property in the Wilshire Center, Koreatown area, which will be converted into 28 units of permanent supportive housing. HACLA provides affordable housing, rental assistance, and supportive services to more than 200,000 Angelenos. For more information, visit hacla.org.
If you know a salsa rhythm, you probably know the queen of salsa, Celia Cruz. Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez led family and friends of the late singer in a tribute to her unique sound, declaring Celia Cruz Day in Los Angeles.
Thank you to everyone who came out to City Hall today, including family members, loved ones, and superfans, to celebrate the life and legacy of a true legend, the Queen of Salsa, Celia Cruz. The first time I heard Celia Cruz was in my own household. My mom playing the music. It was probably a Saturday or a Sunday morning. She's cooking, she's cleaning, she's putting on salsa. And of course, every time you go to a quinceañera or wedding, they're gonna play something from Celia Cruz. And so, it's just a wonderful person to be part of the fabric of who I am as a person as well. During the presentation, we had a wonderful dance group come out. We had like 4-year-old kids and adults, and folks were wearing different flags from different countries because we know Celia Cruz is Cuban, but that music is listened by all of Latin America. If you speak Spanish and you understand Spanish, most likely you know who she is and you listen to her music.
Oh my God. Since I was a little girl, I remember listening to the radio, of course, and seeing her on TV. She was the light of the Cuban music.
Coming here today with her friends and folks that was part of her history, it just felt like just a wonderful community. You could see the love, pouring out of them. They were just so happy that we were doing this. I do want to present the certificate on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, declaring today, October 17th, as Celia Cruz Day in the City of Los Angeles. Hey. To be with people that did know her and how much they loved her and how much they feel happy that we're celebrating her is just like a wonderful experience that I'll remember forever.
La música de Celia es una música que impacta en el mundo entero, porque es una música contagiosa y de la manera que ella la expresa es todavía más contagiosa porque la voz de Celia Cruz ha sido única, es única.
To celebrate the spooky season, LA City's Department of Aging held a Halloween party for seniors. You're never too old for some treats, and there was much more than candy to take away from the event.
Happy Halloween! All you pumpkins.
Trick or treat. Happy Halloween to everyone.
Happy Halloween.
We are at the Teresa Lindsay Multipurpose Center today celebrating Halloween with our wonderful seniors from the community, but we're also offering other resources. We have engaged other community partners to come out and also provide resources and connect seniors with a wide range of services that are available to them. So this is an event to bring them together to celebrate Halloween.
I like the candy, of course, because I'm a kid at heart. It feels fantastic. It makes me feel like I went on an outing.
I'm having fun like little kids.
The theme of Halloween is always candy and costume, so it's just a little touch, and it gives us the ability to show off our artistic ambition and our creativity, and it's just a morale building for not only our staff, but our participants, and they're excited to get their candy. I'm over here checking bags because I want to make sure that they're not just getting candy. Make sure you get some produce in there. Come up here and get yourself some fresh vegetables. We're trying to address food deserts and food insecurity. That's what the primary goal is, and we're excited to be able to have the opportunity to provide that.
I cook for myself, and it helps me a lot. That way I don't have to go to the store. And I say the money I wasn't getting to get what I got today, I can put on something else. So it helps a whole lot.
Just like I was going home, I said, what I want to have for vegetables today? And like we had romaine lettuce, that's good for your heart and your arteries, and you have arthritis like me, you know. And the pumpkin is good. You can make a soup. That's what I'm thinking about doing.
We know that the federal government, the shutdown, is creating a lot of anxiety for a lot of people, especially those that are relying on the CalFresh benefit. So not only are seniors able to get a hot meal today, they're also able to connect to other services and support to get them through this crisis.
A lot of people are afraid, and we're just here to provide some sort of solace. We're just trying to add as much positivity to what's going on out there as possible.
I think today is really a great opportunity to interact with seniors. They have, so much heart, and they are so full of energy, and so it's recharging my own battery. We encourage our seniors and anyone looking for more information to visit our website at aging.lacity.gov.
Councilwoman Katie Yaroslavsky held the third Great Pumpkin Bash. Along with Rec and Parks and LA Sanitation, everyone was invited to Pan Pacific Park to trash their post-Halloween pumpkins. As always, this event is a smashing success.
So we're here at Pan Pacific Park for our third annual Great Pumpkin Bash, which is a great community, family-friendly event where folks come the day after Halloween, they bring their pumpkins, come in costume, bring their kids, bring their families, and have a chance to smash their pumpkin and compost it and learn all about composting and sustainability.
The City of Los Angeles, especially with the Bureau of Sanitation, we're promoting recycling and organics, making sure that we're discarding trash properly from regular trash to recyclables to organics, making sure that our Angelinos know how to properly discard them. And after Halloween, we have a lot of pumpkins, so we're making sure that we're recycling them properly.
I think this is awesome. This is wonderful for the families. Everybody can come and rejoice and have a great time.
We've got food, we've got bouncy houses and face painting. It's a good opportunity to remind ourselves that we're part of this much bigger series of communities across Los Angeles, and it gives us a chance to get to know each other and spend time outside. It's a beautiful day, so come on out.
I also want to remind all Angelinos to please practice recycling and organic and composting 365 days of the year.
I absolutely love it.
Bright clothes, bright flowers, monarch butterflies, and favorite foods. Dia de los Muertos unites the living and the dead. It's a reason to gather, a traditional festival, and a colorful celebration to remember those who have passed on.
Today we're celebrating El Día de los Muertos here at the San Fernando Mission Cemetery. And while this is an annual tradition, an event that my office has hosted many times, we joined forces with the Archdiocese to really build out this treasured celebration here at the cemetery, especially when we have so many family members that are buried here. It's a beautiful way for us to merge all of those traditions and honor the people that are placed here at the San Fernando Mission.
I have a lot of family here, great-grandparents, grandparents. It's a special event, and to celebrate with the community, you know, the mariachi music, the heritage, all the activities for the children. A beautiful event to spend time together to learn about our culture.
The event is great. It's actually another opportunity to bring in the community and to show that we are supporting each other. This is what it is that the community is about.
El Día de los Muertos is a traditional celebration honoring our loved ones that have passed, and it's a way to remember their spirit and everything that they meant to us and celebrating their memory.
My brother passed away in January, and I just really wanted to come be around him and feel his energy and to celebrate for all the people who've passed, all of our loved ones.
It's not really about sadness. It's about the happiness and joy that we had those moments together and really keeping their memory alive. Because when we keep them alive in our celebrations, in our thoughts, in our daily words, they never really are apart from us.
We remember you on this day, and you actually do feel a lot closer to them. And it's beautiful because we wear a lot of bright colors and we have a lot of fun, a lot of food, and it's a really good time.
This is a really beautiful way to welcome them back and continue to celebrate their beautiful contributions while they were with us on Earth.
In this week's feature story, we highlight the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters and Maids. LA City Council honored the 100th anniversary of this group. They were the first African-American union in the country, and their formation was the beginning of a movement for civil rights.
We are at the Los Angeles City Hall and proudly able to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters and Maids. It's significant because This is the first African American union formed in the country. What they had to endure, what they agreed to go through for the betterment of their children, for the betterment of people that they would never know, was just so incredibly selfless. They were able to plot the course for improvement of an entire community, an entire race of people. They were the on-ramp to the black middle class.
I think about how the Pullman porters would wear these really nice suits and the hats and everything. They were always very dignified, very respectful, but at home they were struggling.
The porters, when Mr. Pullman brought them on, they had terrible working conditions. It was just, my ancestors tell me how bad the working conditions were. So the union was called together to give us some rights.
It was A. Philip Randolph, who was the architect behind the March on Washington, who actually organized the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. They became like a conduit to African-American communities because they traveled on trains across the country. And so that was a springboard to the civil rights movement. If it was not for A. Philip Randolph and the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, I would not be in my position I am in today.
They did the best of everything. They served, they cooked, they shined, many times without sleep, because they wanted to present the right image for people to understand respect. Not calling like they did everybody George. Hey, George, do this. George, do that. It was just easy to call everybody George because they did not respect them enough of being called by a first name. But that respect never left them for whoever they were working for, taking care of the children for, ironing clothes for, fixing food for.
What I believe the contribution of the Pullman Porters organization was over the decades, not only to civil rights, but to the wider society. Well, it did a couple of things. The first thing it did was show black people amazingly that we can organize and get something accomplished that's worthwhile for the betterment of the entire society. Anytime everyone is doing well, it enriches the entire society. So if black people are doing better, then everyone is gonna do better.
If you don't know your history, then you are doomed to, of course, repeat things that were not worthy of being repeated. You really miss the richness of how things evolved, how you arrived to where you are. Certainly for me, having the background of what my grandfather did really laid the foundation for my own ability to have my own home, to be college educated, came from his sacrifice as a Pullman porter. Now we're in position to do that for our children, and we know that we must.
That is a slice of American history that needs to be known. The people that worked on the trains had much dignity, and they were chosen because they knew how to serve people and they were very humane. So what I can tell you in 2025 is that we need that still. We need that humanity. We need that caring. We need that taking care of each other.
Celebrate 100 years of the LAPD Pacific Division. Gather with the Friends of Children and Literature, and learn more about the Salt Marsh in San Pedro. All this up next on Things to Do.
The Los Angeles Police Department's Pacific Division is turning 100 and is celebrating the occasion on Saturday, November 15th at 11 a.m. Join the division to honor their history, their officers, and their 100 years of service to the community. There will be displays, community booths, and station tours along with free food and great music. Head to the LAPD Pacific Division on Culver Boulevard for celebrating 100 years on Saturday, November 15th at 11 a.m. To learn more, visit pacificboosters.org or check the Instagram account of LAPD Pacific Division. Join LA Public Library's Friends of Children and Literature, or FOCL, for the presentation of the 2025 FOCL Award on Saturday, November 15th. Each year, the award goes to an author or illustrator whose work helps children appreciate and understand California history. This year's prize winner is Cactus Queen by Lori Alexander with illustrations by Jen Ely. The author and illustrator will talk about their process and the inspiration behind the book. The ceremony will also feature the winners of the Focal Essay Contest and will be followed by a reception. Head to the Central Library for the 2025 Focal Awards ceremony on Saturday, November 15th at 2 p.m. For more information, visit lapl.org/events. LA's Department of Rec and Parks invites you to visit the Cabrillo Beach wetland habitat Salinas de San Pedro. On Sunday, November 16th, educators from the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium will guide visitors in exploring the local salt marsh. Discover the plants and animals that call this habitat home. Using binoculars, magnifying glasses, and other tools, educators and volunteers will help you learn more about this natural environment. Salt Marsh Open House takes place on Sunday, November 16th at 10:30 a.m. For more information, check out the events calendar at cabrillamarineaquarium.org. And that's a look at some things to do.
And that's all for this week. I'm Susan Huckle, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thank you so much for joining us. Remember that you can watch us online anytime at lacityview.org. We're also on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
Planning for emergencies is smart, but does the family emergency plan include pets?
All right, good morning and welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of your Los Angeles City Council. Today is Wednesday, the 12th day of November, the year 2025. Public comment for this morning's meeting will be taken in person in this council chamber. Madam Clerk, let's begin our proceedings by calling the roll.
Blumenfield, Harris Dawson, Hernandez, Hutt, Gerardo, Lee, McCosker, Nazarian, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto Martinez, and Yaroslavsky. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
All right, first order of business.
Approval of the minutes of November 7, 2025.
Councilmember McCosker moves. Councilmember Rodriguez seconds. What's next?
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Councilmember Park moves. Councilmember Lee seconds. What's next?
Mr. President, it's time for the flag salute.
I'll ask everyone in the chamber to rise, face the flag, and follow along with Councilmember Lee of the 12th District.
Please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's run through our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would council like all items to go forthwith today?
Without objection, that'll be the order.
Thank you. Item number 1 is an item noticed for public hearing. Items 2 through 20 are items for which public hearings have been held. The Transportation Committee report for item number 18 has been submitted and posted to council file number 20-0504. Items 21 through 50 are items for which public hearings have not been held. For item 36, the salary before council for approval for Patrice Lattimore, permanent city clerk, as recommended by the mayor and approved by the EERC, is $300,588.48. There is also a request to continue item number 44 to Tuesday, December 2nd in order to properly agendize this item with the correct title. Items 51 through 68 are closed session items considered by the Budget and Finance Committee. Items 69 through 71 are closed session items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
All right, without objection, those items are before us. And before we go to specials, members, I want to yield the floor to Councilmember McCosker for a special introduction.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, it is my honor to take a moment to welcome a very special guest with us today in council chambers. It is our new Consul General of Ireland. It is Caithleen Higgins ní Conneda. Caithleen Higgins ní Conneda. And as a nice little aside, ní Conneda, if you anglicize Conneda, it's Kennedy. So her family name is Kennedy, which is also an important American Irish name. General Counsel Higgins ní Conneda most recently served as Deputy Head of Missions at Ireland's Embassy in Mexico. And we know what a deep tie we have with the Mexican people here in Los Angeles. And since joining Ireland's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in 2012, she held a number of distinguished posts, including Deputy Director of the UN Policy Unit, Deputy Director of the Conflict Resolution Unit, we might want her here today with us, and Consul General at the Embassy of Ireland in Madrid. A native of Dublin, she holds degrees from the University of Oxford and Trinity College Dublin, including a PhD in modern Irish history, and she was called to the Irish bar in 2014. She is fluent in both Irish and Spanish, and based on our meeting today, in English, and brings a wealth of experience and perspective to her new role here in Los Angeles. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, we extend a very warm welcome to Consul General Higgins ní Conneda, and we look forward to strengthening the friendship between Los Angeles and Ireland in the years ahead. Consul General, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. McCosker, and welcome to the Consul General. We were able to meet a lot of the Consul Generals earlier this week at an event hosted by the Mayor and Councilwoman Hutt, and we thank you for visiting us in City Hall today. All right, specials members, I see Councilmember Jurado on the queue.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I'd like to call item 29 special for comments.
All right, item 29, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Council President. I would like to continue items 30 and 31 for 2 weeks, and I would like to call item 43 special for a separate vote, and item 48 for comments, please.
All right, Mr. Blumenfield.
Yes, thank you.
Item 14 on the FSR, I have an amending motion to add some discretionary dollars. Item 43, a substitute motion, also just a minor add. And then on the RSO item, I'm going to move the minority report.
All right. Seconded by Councilmember Rodriguez. All right. Mr. McCosker.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On item 14, I have a amendment which is being circulated. And on item 47, I also have an amendment which is being circulated. I realize both of those items have already been called special. I will ask that item 21 be sent forward forthwith when it passes.
All right. Without objection, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask for item number 48 for a separate vote?
48 for Mr. Lee. All right. Councilmember Padilla.
Yes, I'd like to call 10 special, or I want to continue it till Tuesday, December 2nd.
Tuesday, December 2nd. Which item again?
Item 10.
10, 1-0. Okay. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Thank you. Council President, I'd like to recuse myself from item 48, given that I sit on the Metro Board, and I think it would be inappropriate to vote on it here, and then I don't want to be conflicted out of voting on it there.
Got it. Okay.
So,
Councilmember Padilla.
Same as Mr. Yaroslavsky, please.
Okay. On 4-8?
Correct.
All right. Councilmember Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. Out of an abundance of caution, I'm recusing myself from item 18 because my wife's employer has worked with one of the organizations listed in the past. I'm also recusing myself from item 47 because I'm a landlord. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Rahman.
I just want to clarify, you did said all items are going forthwith today?
All items forthwith today.
Okay, great. And I may want to have a separate vote on item 21, but I believe that we're voting on that after public comments. So,
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll pull 21 out of the bundled. Councilmember Yaroslavsky?
No,
That was yours? Okay. All right. Any other specials, members? All right. Seeing no other specials, Madam Clerk, what items are before us at this time?
Yes, thank you. And just to confirm for items 30 and 31, the continuation is for 2 weeks, and that will take us during recess. So the first day back is Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. The council may now vote on items 2 through 9, 11 through 13, 15 through 17, 19, and 20.
All right. Let's open the roll on those items. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right. What's next?
Would the council like to take up the closed session items considered by the Budget and Finance Committee?
Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Thank you, Council President. Budget and Finance considered and approved items 51 through 68 in committee on November 4th. I recommend we approve these items. Items 69 and 70 were waived by the BNF committee as they're timely. I recommend these go on consent unless members would like to pull them for discussion and closed.
All right. So let's open the, we got to read those items into the record.
Thank you. Yes, for items 51 through 68. Item 51, in the case of Gilberto Penate versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $150,000 in settlement. For item 52, in the case relative to Lawrence Craig Deutsch et al. Versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $125,000 in settlement. For item 53, in the case entitled Mitsuo Kato versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $135,335.94 in settlement. For item 54, in the case entitled Jorge Ayala versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $200,000 in settlement. For item 55, in the case entitled Olivier Jean-Pierre Martinez versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to expend up to $200,000 in settlement. For item 56, in the case entitled John Kim versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $340,000 in settlement. For item 57, in the case entitled Dave Yaluz versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $305,000 in settlement. For item 58, in the case entitled Mariano de la Rosa versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $500,000 in settlement. For item 59, in the case entitled Jody K. Gonda versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $135,000 in settlement. For item 60, in the case entitled Jose Reyes Garcia et al. Versus Matthew Jordan Martin et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $208,000 in settlement. For item 61, in the case relative to Rama Real Estate Management Investments, LLC et al. Versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to expend up to $200,000 in settlement. For item 62, in the case entitled Archangel Augustine versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to reject the offer of settlement. For item 63, in the case entitled Jose Adan Hernandez versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $270,000 in settlement. For item 64, in the case entitled Jimmy Lindsay versus Fred K. Boone et al., there is a recommendation to reject the offer of settlement. For item 65, in the case entitled Daniela Arencibia versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to reject the offer of settlement. For item 66, in the case entitled Deanna Renee Mack versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $295,000 in settlement. For item 67, in the case entitled TL versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $600,000 in settlement. And finally, for item 68, in the case entitled Emebet Zudi versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $125,000 in settlement. The council may now vote on these items.
All right, those items are now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
Would the council like to move on to public comment?
Let's move on to public comment. And just for members of the public, we have got a heavy agenda today, including we're opening up public comment on items that have already been discussed in committee several times. And we have a heavy agenda, so we're going to take public comment until 11 a.m. this morning. So that gives about 35 minutes for public comment.
To people providing public comment, when it's your turn to speak, please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak to. You will have 1 minute per item, up to 3 minutes total for the items open for public comment. We will tell you when your time is up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you are not on topic, or if we cannot tell whether you are on topic, you will get one brief warning from me or the council president. At that point, you need to get immediately and clearly on topic. If you do not do so, or if you again stray off topic, you will forfeit the rest of your speaking time and we will move on to the next speaker. There's a lot of items open for public comment, so I'm going to ask that everybody please listen carefully. The items that are open for public comment on the agenda are items number 1, 21 through 29, 32 through 43, 45 through 50, and 69 through 71. So again, the only items that are open for public comment on the agenda are items number 1, 21 through 29, 42 through 43, 45 through 50, and 69 through 71. Members of the public may also speak for up to 1 minute for general public comment. During general public comment, members of the public may speak to any of the items or anything else within the city's subject matter jurisdiction. A couple more announcements, if I could have the interpreters make the first one aloud to the room, please. If you require a Spanish language interpreter, please make sure to pause every few sentences so the interpreters can interpret.
Si usted requiere interpretación en español, por favor haga pausa entre sus oraciones para que el intérprete pueda interpretar.
Don't worry, we will pause your time while the interpreters are interpreting, so you will get the same amount of time as everyone else. Thank you.
No se preocupe, vamos a detener el reloj mientras que el intérprete interpreta y de esa manera va a tener la misma cantidad de tiempo que todos los demás. Gracias.
Additionally, if you require or if you have made an accommodation request pursuant to the ADA with the clerk's office, please let the sergeants know when it is your turn to speak if you would like to utilize the handheld microphone. You can do so by raising your hand and getting the attention of one of the sergeants at either side of the council chambers. One more announcement. In order to help us accommodate as many people as possible within the time period, we would ask that you please wait until you hear the name that you signed up under called aloud before lining up. So the order in which the names are called is at random. That is to say, it is randomly generated. So once you hear the name that you signed up under called aloud, you can line up on your left-hand side of the council chambers. Again, we have a lot of people both in the chambers and waiting outside. So after you provide your public comment, if you'd like, you don't have to, but if you'd like, if you exit the room, it allows us to rotate people in. We will take public comment until 11 o'clock. Thank you.
I will begin by calling the following names: Vaughn Wheeler, George Zhao, Malaki Simmons, Anna Sharon, Gloria Jenyard, and Linda Rapka.
Good morning, Yvonne Wheeler. I'm here to speak on item 47, LARSO, and general public comments.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Council President Harris Dawson and distinguished members of the Los Angeles City Council. My name is Yvonne Wheeler, and I'm the president of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, and I'm here in strong support of updating LARSO. Housing and homelessness has been a cornerstone of my agenda for the Los Angeles labor movement. It used to be when union members could live where they work. Sadly, that no longer exists. Runaway housing costs, skyrocketing rents, and low-wage jobs have created a crisis that affects even union workers. A study on Kroger workers, a union company, found that 15% live in their cars. Another study showed that 1 in 5 fast food workers are housing insecure. And during last year's hot labor summer, when over 100,000 union members went on strike, housing affordability was a central issue across every one of those fights. If our union members with guaranteed raises can't keep up with the rent, imagine the struggle for those without a collective bargaining agreement. Ultimately, this comes down to values. Do we believe people should be able to live where they work or have a voice in their city? The Los Angeles labor movement believes both, that they should have a voice in their city and be able to live where they work. And so we are urging you, and we're all in on LARSO, and we're urging you to vote yes on a reasonable 3 to 4% cap with a 60% CPI. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Good morning. Item 47 in general comment, please.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
My name is Malachi Simmons. I'm with IATSE Local 728, and for us, this is also a safety issue. You're going to hear a lot of passionate arguments, but housing is safety. Housing is security. If you're in a violent home, affordable housing can be the difference between being able to move and being able to, or having to stay in that environment. For us, we also work 70 to 80 hours a week on production, and that means we have to drive an extra 4 hours after work if we're not able to afford to live within the Los Angeles County. So for a lot of our members, most of the deaths that occur in our industry occur in that drive home. So affordable housing, by making it available for people to live closer to where they work, results in more safety. And as President Wheeler had mentioned, in labor, when we argue or when we negotiate new contracts, we generally can only negotiate about a 3% increase. So a 3 to 4% cap on housing would be able to keep that within what we're able to negotiate with our contracts. If it's beyond that, then our members will fall back more and more every year. So I urge you to vote on a 0 to 3 to 0 to 4% cap. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Item 47 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for each. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is George, and I'm a member of UAW 2478. My local represents over 2,000 workers at Caltech and in LA City. More broadly, UAW represents tens of thousands of workers across LA at public and private universities, in manufacturing, and in nonprofit workplaces. We are here today to urge the council to keep LA housed and to adopt a LARSO that preserves our wage increases and does not hand them back to greedy corporations. UAW workers, like most hardworking people of LA, are tenants struggling to make ends meet during this time of skyrocketing inflation. Across the board, one of the biggest reasons our workers cite for these hardships is the ballooning cost of housing. LARSO is vital in combating this and ensuring our workers stay housed. Critics of LARSO will say that rent stabilization is not the solution, as this will lead to mom-and-pop landlords being forced to sell ownership to corporate landlords, and that we should instead build more housing. There are a couple issues with this claim. First, that we can do both at the same time. But more insidious the more insidious problem is revealed when we actually look at who owns housing units in LA and who stands to benefit under the current system of housing. It is not the mom and pops who own majority of housing, but instead corporate landlords and private equity. And it is these corporations who end up owning the building contracts to these newly built units, some of which end up perpetually unfinished, others with their rent artificially jacked up, resulting in an ever-increasing number of empty homes, an ever-increasing number of evicted families, an ever-increasing number of everyday hardworking Angelenos struggling to keep up with rent, and an ever-increasing number of unhoused families, further fueling the death spiral that is the LA housing crisis. Because at the heart of this issue, we see the rot plaguing our system of housing, which is a treatment of housing as a business asset whose only purpose is profit, rather than a human right, resulting in corporations treating LA as a game of a monopoly, instead of a vibrant, diverse community built off the backs of everyday working Angelenos. Passing LARSO would just be the first step in fighting for the rights of Angelenos, in fighting back against the corporate greed that threatens our beloved city. And we ask that the council joins us in this fight. Thank you.
Before the next speaker begins, I would like to call up Edward Flores, Phyllis Ling, Susan Lay, John Christensen, and Fred Sutton.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Item number 47.
So you have 1 minute for the item. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Gloria Gignard. I'm a retired member and executive board member of Local 99. Just want to inform you, we represent more than 30,000 students and classified employees. At this present time, it is very expensive for we and the other family members to live in Los Angeles. Please take all of this in consideration that we are one. In 2022, coming together, the teachers, we led the largest education strike in the U.S. history, along with our labor and community coalition. And that was a very tough fight. Still, with the cost of living skyrocketing, we can barely afford to keep food on our tables. So please take all of that in consideration. And as I stand here today, the increase of rent is very expensive. Please take every comment that I've made today. I love LA. Thank you.
Next speaker. Good morning. I assume item 47?
Yes, my name is Linda Rapka, and I'm here for 47 and general public comment.
So you have 1 minute for each. Go ahead.
All right, so I am a lifelong Angeleno and have rented in Echo Park, Los Feliz, and currently Silver Lake for the past 20 years. I'm also on the staff of and a member of the American Federation of Musicians Union, Local 47, which represents 5,000 working musicians in Los Angeles. I'm here because the housing crisis is threatening not just my ability to live here, but also that of thousands of musicians who work and rent in our city. High rents are pricing musicians out of Los Angeles, forcing them to choose between paying rent or feeding themselves and their families. Some have been forced to move to more affordable areas and have to commute for hours to be able to work where their jobs are here in LA. Musicians working in the gig economy do not have steady paychecks and need rent stability to sustain their careers and feed their families and to keep the musical arts here in Los Angeles. I urge you all to better serve all tenants in need of relief and cap the rent increase at 3%, because none of us can afford to wait. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items?
Item 48, the gondola.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Edward Flores. I am a fourth-generation Olvera Street merchant. My family have been merchants on Olvera Street since 1934. We've been there 93 years. We consider ourselves a community just like the Chinatown community that was displaced back in 1940 for the Union train station project. They're now being threatened with this gondola project being forced upon Olvera Street merchants, the landscape there, and the Chinatown community. This gondola station and the project has no business being placed on Olvera Street. That's the most historic core of LA. This modern project that doesn't belong there, it's being forced on Olvera Street and the surrounding communities. This isn't a public transportation system. It's a gondola project for the purpose of transporting individuals from Union Station, consumers to Dodger Stadium, and it's not for the purpose of the public's good. The McCord has a project in mind similar to the Americana up there. Please reject this project. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items?
Item 47 in general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for each. Go ahead.
Thank you. Fred Sutton with the California Apartment Association. Will all the housing providers in the House please stand up? We urge you to oppose item 47. It will make housing more expensive and harder to find. Reject arbitrary magic numbers. The Housing Department conducted a study. We put forth a peer review of that study. There are decades of research and literature on this. At least that exercise was rooted in data. The justification for this formula is that nine jurisdictions out of 400 in California have done something similar. The second largest city in America should not be following the lead of Cudahy without analysis. This also affects new construction. Even ADUs can be captured by its rules. These changes will not create a single new home, but they'll make it even harder to build, making the housing crisis worse for everyone. You cannot peg rent adjustments below inflation while costs, insurance, utilities, maintenance, and compliance continue to rise. Will the city peg DWP rates or trash franchise fees to the same formula? I think that should be a discussion. Why wouldn't you do it? Leadership requires facts and the courage to do what's best for the city. You cannot claim to be pro-housing while pushing regulations that are anti-housing provider. Reject this proposal and reject any magic numbers that will deepen our housing crisis. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Good morning. Which items?
Item 48.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Phyllis Ling, speaking in support of item 48. I'm a Chinatown resident by the proposed gondola and former chair of the Historic Cultural North Neighborhood Council. I'm here as founder of Stop the Gondola, and I urge you to approve the resolution against the project. After years of empty promises and greenwashing, it's time to put this to rest. Let's get real. If the gondola is ever built, the Dodgers would forever win the competition of having the stupidest and most overpriced transit to a sports stadium, courtesy of Frank McCourt, who, by the way, isn't even paying for the project. If you think a $1 billion gondola that's relying on tourist fares and sponsorships for funding isn't going to have financial problems, and that fares would stay free for those attending Dodgers games, you're kidding yourself. The biggest fairy tale is the idea of community benefits when this project still has no funding plan. Metro has many reasons to deny approval. The flawed EIR didn't even study privacy impacts and cut corners on the construction noise impacts. Please put the interests of ordinary people before billionaire speculator. Our public spaces like LA State Historic Park must not be used for private gain. Thank you.
Before the next speaker begins, I would like to call up Jessica Bone, Danny Garfield, Meg Sullivan, David Evans, Jeff Palmer, and Chris Gray.
Good morning. Which items?
Good morning, council members. Item 48. My name is Susan Hamlai. My late husband was a member of the Chinatown Yards Alliance, a coalition of many, many community groups and many, many environmental groups that fought the Majestic Realty's proposal for warehouses at the cornfields in 1999 and 2000. Now that Cornfields is now a LA State Historic Park. The park is full of the history of LA. The Santa Madre, the Mother Ditch, which was built by the San Gabrielino Indians, carry water from the LA River to El Pueblo. The river station, the passenger station that Santa Fe Railroad had there is there. The hand-chiseled granite stones that line the walkway has been uncovered and incorporated into the walkways of the path of the State Historic Park. So now, Mr. McCord, another real estate developer, Mogo from Boston, wants about 2 acres of this publicly owned 32-acre park. The 2 acres equal to more than 6% of the green space. And I say it's a collectively owned park. Why? Because it's we had to pay off Majestic Realty through a state bond that you and I are still paying off. So now the $30-some million bond is probably close to $100 million. So, and if you look under the hood of Mr. McCord's project, it's full of pie in the sky, promises. We don't need that kind of pie in the sky. My generation said no to the warehouses. This generation says no to the gondola. So please help us preserve the legacy of the coalition. Robert Garcia, attorney, Alicia Brown, Louis McAdams, founder of the LA River. Please help us save and preserve the legacy. Say yes to resolution that's before you, item 48. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items?
Item 48.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
I'm John Christensen. I teach and do research in the Institute of the Environment and Sustainability and the Luskin Center for Innovation at UCLA, and I'm a founder of the LA Parks Alliance. I respectfully request that you support Council Members Hernandez, Jurado, and Soto Martinez's resolution requesting that Metro not certify the new EIR for Frank McCord's gondola. The council members are opposed because of the harmful impacts this project would have on their constituents and communities. This is a textbook example where it makes sense to defer to the council members whose districts would be directly impacted by a project, since this project would have no benefits for other districts. There are far better solutions to the challenges of bringing fans from all over Los Angeles to Dodger Stadium, and the city is now studying them. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Hello, which items did you want to speak to?
I'd like to speak on open comments and number 47.
Okay, so you have a minute for each. Please begin with item 47.
Good morning. My name is Meg Sullivan. I'm a CD5 voter and a mom and popper in a community with permissible rent increases that are equal to the entire full CPI. Even so, our operating costs are not beginning to keep pace with permissible rent increases. Since COVID, they have been skyrocketing. They now are growing 7% faster than our rents. So I can tell you that permissible increases less than the CPI absolutely will not work. The city will lose its oldest, most affordable rental properties. Owners will throw up their hands and exit the business, further exacerbating the housing crisis. So please preserve a full CPI. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Speaker. What did you want to speak on?
I wanted to speak on item 47 in general public comment, please.
Please begin.
Hello, my name is Danny, and I work at a family-owned property management company. That said, let me set aside my landlord dog in this fight. In the Housing Committee last week, several City Council members made two shared observations. Properties obviously need to cash flow to stay open, and most tenant rent increases come not from RSO limited increases on current tenants, but when a tenant moves out and a unit goes to market rent. Those are facts. Increasing the rent of new move-ins is often the only way to make an RSO building cash flow. But it's bad for renters. It is easy to make the mistake of thinking that if a long-term renter pays less rent, the landlord eats the cost. That RSO strikes a balance only between the landlord and the renter. But buildings have to cash flow to operate. We want them to stay open. As a result, as City Council members have stated, new renters have to cover the difference. If one renter is paying the owner a loss, another renter has to pay that much more. So RSO is not just a balancing act between landlords and renters. It is a three-way balancing act between landlords, long-term renters, and new incoming renters. By having new renters subsidize long-term RSO tenants, we squeeze money out of the middle class and we route it to an arbitrary, unmeans-tested group of long-term renters. It's not just the landlord that has to foot the bill. It is growing families with new children who want to move to a 1 and 2 bedroom, young adults moving out of their parents' homes and into their first apartments, people who want to live in range of their newly hired jobs, incoming city citizens, and anyone who wants mobility in the city of Los Angeles. I urge you to consider this largely ignored third party. If a building cannot increase their rents at the rate of CPI at minimum, expenses still will. And if you want a building to stay open, it's not the landlord who pays, it's all of the above. I urge you to reject 3% increase limits, and I urge you to make RSO calculations based only upon 100% unreduced standard CPI. If a building's long-term tenants pose a loss, tenants make up the difference.
Thank you. Hi, Speaker. What did you want to speak on?
Hi, I'd like to speak on item 47 and general comment.
You have a minute for both. Please begin.
Thank you. Months ago, City Council ordered a report on the RSO to see what could be changed and what the impact of any change would be. The Housing Committee, finding the report conclusions to be out of step with their own political preferences, ignored the advice they paid for and pushed through changes they felt would make them look better. They did this thoughtlessly without caring about the impact of their proposal. For those of you who do care, I share a warning. If you change the RSO as proposed, you will reduce housing supply for the whole city, which means prices will increase for the whole city. When prices increase, the people that pay for the increase is anybody that moves, people like students, growing families, and young professionals. The change of the RSO in this way does not force housing providers to subsidize tenants. It forces people who move to subsidize the people who don't. If you don't believe me, your own study explains this problem. Furthermore, by your own report, most RSO buildings are owned by family owners. Look around this room. This room is not filled with faceless corporations. It's people who have scrimped and saved and put everything they can into providing for their families. If your answer to them is that owners can use the just and reasonable release valve to increase rent, I would counter with the harsh reality that JNR is designed not to work. JNR requires submitting actual physical paperwork like old tax returns and checks. It is not reasonable to expect somebody to produce a tax return from a time before the invention of the compact disc, before you let them recoup their losses adjusted for inflation. Here is another harsh reality. These RSO changes, coupled with the current JNR rules, will create zombie buildings, buildings whose cost of repairs exceed their ability to earn income because too many tenants pay too little in rent, leaving the owner unable to do anything about it because the records from decades ago no longer exist. I urge you to reject the changes as proposed and compromise with a 2% floor, 5% ceiling, and full consideration of CPI. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Speaker. What did you want to speak on?
It's on now.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
The clock is running already.
We'll reset it. So
Okay.
which items? do you
General
want to speak
public
on?
comment in item 47.
Okay, you have a minute for each. Please begin.
Okay. Yeah, hey, reaching out on behalf of dozens of housing providers in Los Angeles to implore members of LA City Council to vote no on the proposed changes to the RSO calculation formula, which would cap future rent increases at 3%, 60% of 3% or of CPI. LA in the past 5 years have seen cumulative rent increases of 7%, which equates to a 1.4% rent increase year over year. Property operating expenses have doubled, if not tripled annually. Several of these expenses, water bills, electric bills, trash bills, RSO and SCEP fees, are paid to the city for those who claim ignorance regarding the operating expenses increases for apartment owners. Insurance premiums have doubled, if not tripled, in the past year for apartment buildings that are 50 years and older, regardless of condition. These increase in operating expenses do not account for the increase of cost of materials and labor required for repairs, nor does it account for the increase in cost of borrowing money for housing providers who have outstanding loans on their properties. If this measure is passed, it will have several negative effects. The first being that housing providers will not be able to generate enough revenue to maintain their properties. The second will be that it will disincentivize the development of new housing. The third outcome it will induce distress amongst housing providers who have loans on their properties that are resetting at higher interest rates and do not have the income to pay for the loans of their higher interest rates. I urge LA City Council to reject the proposed change to the RSO calculation formula. Thank you.
Hello, Speaker. Which items would you like to speak to?
General comment and item 47.
Excellent. You have a minute for each. Please begin.
Good morning, council members. I am an owner and developer of multifamily housing here in Los Angeles. And I want to start with a quote from Council Member Ramon. Overall, the only increasing the supply of housing can truly make this city more affordable. Only by increasing supply of housing can we truly make this city more affordable. And developers need capital to build, and capital needs to see a fair and predictable return. The world of capital providers are watching what you do here today. If you adopt the most restrictive rent formula in California, after 5 years of rent freezes and eviction moratoriums, you can do that. But understand what comes with it. You will scare off all capital needed to finance both market rate and affordable housing. Many new apartments have been built under today's rent control laws, with the understanding that rent adjustment would follow inflation. Investors in properties that are even exempt today are worried that they could be next. No controls today, but maybe tomorrow. In fact, 3/4 of major housing capital providers across this country have effectively already blacklisted this city for new apartment projects. Affordable housing rents rise with income. There's no 3% cap, but that's today. What will the government do tomorrow? Even more restrictive. Capital providers are not naive.
Thank you, Speaker.
Before the next speaker begins, I would like to call up Erica Noriega, Junie Wong, Tanya Janes, and Mary Urrutia.
Hello, Speaker. What did you want to speak to?
General and 47.
Excellent. You have a minute for each. Please begin.
Thank you so much. Good morning. May I ask the council members' attention, please? I've met individually with 7 of you, and I can't thank you enough for your time, but I'm really here for the other 8 of you. My name's Chris. I'm with Moss & Company Property Management, one of the largest management firms here in Los Angeles. Born and raised, we employ 390 Angelinos. I want to talk about unintended consequences. And this vote today will go down in history for our housing supply and our providers. I want to start with COVID. And those of you who met with me have heard these stats. Our COVID moratorium, eviction moratorium that the city extended for another 2 years beyond the state, resulted in $18 million of lost rent with no recourse for my clients, and I make up 1% of the housing supply in LA, so do the math. There was no recourse. That money was taken out of mom and pop, family-owned properties, and that's what paid the COVID bill. This rent control thing we're voting on today, I think I had 2 minutes.
You have another minute. Please
Okay,
continue.
thank you. Like I said, it's going to go down in history. We can't afford it. The funny thing that everyone's talking about, these large corporations owning housing in LA, that's the unintended consequence of this vote today. If you vote and restrict RSO even further, you will force families out of the business because they can't afford it, leaving the door open for major corporations to take over housing in LA. I urge you to learn from the past. Think of the unintended consequences and ask yourself, especially the Housing Committee bringing this forward, is that the best we can do? One blanket rent control cap does not solve the problem. Is that the best we can do? I hope not. I still have faith in the city. I still have faith in you. I thank you for your attention. Have a great day.
Thank you, Speaker.
Before the next speaker begins, I would like to call up Eric White and Audit LA.
Hi, Speaker. Which items did you want to speak to?
Hi, I signed up for 47 and 48.
Go ahead. You have a minute for, it was 47 and 48. You have 2 minutes, one for each. Please begin.
Okay, for item 47 first. Hi, my name is Junie Wong. I'm an organizer with Chinatown Community for Equitable Development in CD1, and I'm a renter in District 14. Please vote yes on this motion to update the LA RSO formula. In Chinatown, every time a market rate housing complex gets built, a developer gets to brag about including affordable units in order for it to get built, only for our community members to move in and receive rent increase after rent increase after rent increase. That's exactly what happened at Metro Senior Lofts, where they've received increases 5 years in a row, with 2023 having 2 increases in the same year, and all of that was completely legal. It should not be legal to price people out into the streets. We have to take care of our seniors and take care of each other. A 3% cap is not asking for too much. The legal limit for the early pandemic was 4%, and COVID is still happening, so we should still have that. And our neighbors are now under attack by immigration enforcement raids and have to stay home a lot of the time. A 3% rent cap will save lives, and we can't let yes on the rent cap.
Another minute, please continue.
Okay.
Sorry, we're having a little clock. Please go ahead.
Okay. It's me again. My name is Junie. Hello.
Hold on 1 minute. Please begin.
Okay. Hi, my name is Junie. I'm a Wong on my dad's side, and I'm a Louis on my mom's side from Toisan, southern China, where the majority of immigrants are from that first moved to LA Chinatown. Just walking around the neighborhood, I can meet people who remember my village well and our banyan trees that we lived beside. In fact, there are 2 Wong and Louis families in Chinatown right now who reside right next to, and I mean directly the property next over, and also directly across the street from Frank McCourt's proposed gondola station, a 200-foot tower in a residential block of motors running next to historic homes of longtime Cantonese families and many more residents who are here today who do not want this project. They have long been opposed from the beginning, alongside merchants from Olvera Street, thousands of parkgoers at LA State Historic Park, at Elysian Park, and the descendants of the original Chicano families displaced by Dodger Stadium itself. There's so much more that is wrong with this. I urge you to please say yes to this resolution and urge Metro to reject the current EIR. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker. Hello, Speaker. What did you want to speak on? Which items or general public comment?
48.
Please go ahead.
I strongly oppose 48. I've been going to Dodger Stadium since 1953, actually. So the vision that I see for today is that we modernize it. Go directly from a vessel you come in and go directly to your seat, rather than look for parking, pay the extra fee. So it's eliminating all the cost that goes into just going to the game. So I strongly support the gondola. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker.
Before the next speaker begins, I would like to call up Edwin Lee, Laura FM, Ramona Lopez, and Sean Mason.
Hello, Speaker. Which items or general public comment did you want to speak to? Yes.
Oh, me? Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Sorry, I got distracted. Okay, I want all, and then also my public comment, so
Okay.
all
so
the time, sir.
You're going to have 3 minutes for the items, and then 1 minute for general public comment. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes. Well, when it comes to the rent and everything, right now the city's it's a hot mess. Okay, with the fires and everything that's going on, I think everything has been so mismanaged. And now the burden is going towards the people with increased fees, fines, and with everything else, rent, everything else. And there's just a lot of instability, fear, anxiety, loss of, EBT, worried about, all kinds of things. So I think it makes sense to just kind of put a hold on things and let people recover, let the city recover, and, and deal with that, okay? I'm also seeing a lot of money going towards things that, I'm not saying it's unimportant, like a hydroponic garden or I forget the other thing. I'm not saying these things are not important.
Okay, can you move on to the next item?
Oh, no,
It's a-
this is a new item.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
About the hydroponic garden,
Okay.
right? That's not rent control, right? All right, and so I see that the city's putting a lot of, asking for a lot of money for things that are great, like Metro this, or, gardens and theater productions. But we're in a crisis, okay? You have a room full of people here, in crisis, dealing with crisis of rent. We're dealing with all kinds of crisis. And as much as I love theater and as much as I love, hydroponic garden, it's right now there's no money to do anything that's required for our infrastructure. What about sidewalks? I just had yet another accident, okay, because of at night there's no lights, and then there's all these, you don't know where the potholes are in the sidewalks, and I almost get flipped in my chair. So instead of having a hydroponic garden, can I have a sidewalk that works?
Okay.
Can I have lights, that work? And
All right, next item, please.
okay, sir. The next item is taking the money from, with the budget with LAPD, and no offense to LA, to our officers here, but it seems like, they're giving a lot of money, robbing from Peter to pay Paul, okay, to help, increase the budget. It seems like a backdoor budget increase for the police. And LAFD is having baked goods sales to, I don't know, fix their buildings or, provide care for their trucks. And it just seems like disproportionate at this time. I want the, I'm not against the police being funded, but they get the lion's share already. And so why are we taking from, the fire to pay Medicaid, which I want Medicaid paid for, don't get me wrong, but why from our fire department when you've already proven that, the city was not prepared for a big fire? And crime is down, they say, right? Every time I go to every police commission meeting, crime's down.
Thank
Is
you.
this public comment?
General, yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Shout out to Smoke and Scan, first of all, and I'm just here to remind Mr. Lee, you still owe me that apology for being rude. And Mr. President, can you bang the gavel and remind him? Thank you. Because you guys should be listening to the people, okay? And you guys are kind of doing better with it, but not good enough. Thank you, Mr. McCusker, you're doing great. Appreciate it. Mr. Nazarian, come on. You're my dude. You have to pay attention. Come on. Okay, that being said, you know why I'm here, right? I'm here to remind you all that Scientology is abusing not only its people, okay, but they're abusing the permits. They're abusing the city systems in place with no consequences whatsoever. Okay, if all of you, can we take a school trip or a council trip down there to see all the abuses, okay, and how you're going to be followed and stalked by security on a public street that you will not be able to, you're going to have a hard time getting through. All you council people, they're not going to know who you are, and they're going to chase you out of a public street. You're going to go see it for yourself if you can. But they are building towers without permits.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker. Hello, Speaker.
Hello.
Which item or general public comment do you want to speak on?
I'm speaking on item 48.
Okay, please go ahead. You have a minute.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tani, and I support item 48. Over 10,000 people have signed the petition to stop the gondola, including these 2,000 signatures that have been collected since this March. As a Chinatown resident and unpaid volunteer, I have had thousands of face-to-face conversations with constituents who agree that a 1.2-mile-long gondola from Union Station to Dodger Stadium makes no sense, would hurt our residents and local businesses, and wouldn't help traffic. Gondola supporters have stated on the record that they would drive to downtown to get on the gondola, thereby adding to traffic and turning Chinatown and Olvera Street into the Dodgers parking lot. The SEIR is flawed in its noise analysis on Savoy Street and suggests that residents just keep our windows shut for 2 years of construction. Let's prioritize and expand the existing Dodger shuttle buses. Yes, on item number 48, no gondola. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Hello, Speaker. Which item or general public comment do you want to speak on?
47 in public comment.
Excellent. You have a minute for each.
Good afternoon. I'm Eric White with PMI Properties. We manage and develop small to mid-sized multifamily buildings across Los Angeles, and I'm here because what happens in our buildings matters for the city's housing goals. Let me share 3 numbers that tell the story. First, market rents are up less than 1% over the last 12 months. Second, operating costs have averaged 6% plus annually over the last 5 years, and 7.5% without taxes, with explosive spikes in insurance, utilities, and compliance in 2023, 2024. And third, from 2020 through 2025, Los Angeles allowed the lowest rent increases of any rent-controlled city in California. Meanwhile, CPI, whether you include or exclude shelter, is tracking in the low 3% range this year. The market is already holding rents down, so let the system work. ADUs are being built, ED1 is producing new affordable apartments, and new density incentives are coming online. Pushing a blunt new restriction now could be counterproductive. My ask is narrow and practical. Take the 60% of CPI capped at 3% option off the table. It's an extreme measure that will underfund basic maintenance and scare away housing capital from Los Angeles. The nation of capital provider is watching what you do. Whatever you do today needs to be fair and balanced. Do not scare capital providers and starve developers of capital to build new apartments, both market rate and under Mayor's ED program. That is fair and balanced to protect tenants in a flat rate environment without starving buildings of the resources needed to stay safe, habitable, and online.
Before the next speaker begins, I would like to call up Danielle Elliott, Meg Brasino, Marion Dodge, Caroline Canner, and Junie Wong.
Hello, Speaker. What did you want to speak to?
Item 47.
Please go ahead. You have a minute.
My name is Anna Sharan, and I have worked at Hudson LAX for 13 years, and I am a proud member of United Here Local 11. We support to keep LA house demands and strengthen LARSO. We believe that the rent stabilization ordinance should be updated to a 0% floor with a 3% cap and calculating rent increases based on 60% CPI all items. Me and my coworkers fought for more than 2 years for an Olympic wage so that we will be able to live near where we work. Yet for so many of us, the rent is still too high. We need a stronger LARSO to ensure that workers like myself are able to stay in our homes and not be displaced because of extreme rent increases and lack of protection. Cap the rent at 3%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, Speaker. What did you want to speak on?
General public comment.
Excellent. Please go ahead.
I think you guys are starting to get to remember me. I'm here on behalf of the cult of Scientology's disgusting behaviors and infiltration into the city. I'm going to keep coming as a child born and raised in the internal organization, the C organization, where they have children and adults all acting as adults, no matter what age you are, infiltrating the city, getting into the programs that are helping the homeless, that are helping the structure of people to get better jobs, things like that. They will get onto the CPAP boards, Janet Whelan. We have people going against protesters, exposing the cult of Scientology and their child abuses and human trafficking that Kendrick Moxon, one of their lawyers, is literally putting into lawsuits, ROs, fake fucking shit. Anybody exposing or connecting the city's connection to Scientology is getting attacked. I just lost my job 2 weeks ago from Scientology's harassment to the people I work with, and I can't have that, so I had to lose my job.
Thank you.
You will see me every day.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker. Hello, what did you want to speak to?
Hi, item 47 in general public comment, please.
You have a minute for each. Please begin.
Afternoon, members of the LA City Council, Council President. My name is Sean Mason. I'm a proud 8-year and counting member of IATSE Local B192. I represent more than 3,000 hardworking, skilled laborers from Universal Studios Hollywood, the Hollywood Pantages, Dodger Stadium, and an ever-increasing amount of laborers from some of the most iconic and historic entertainment venues in all of Southern California. Every weekday, every weekend, from sunrise to sunset and back to sunrise again, the laborers of Local B192 do not rest. We wake up hours earlier than necessary in order to commute to work from outside the city because we can't afford to live where many of us were born and raised and others dared to forge a humble life. We've been priced out, shut out, and forced into subscription-based servitude that we will no longer tolerate. On behalf of our entire membership, we demand the City Council vote yes on the rental cap of 3% with no floor. All power to all the people and solidarity forever. I only needed one.
Hello, Speaker. What items did you sign up for?
48.
Oh, please go ahead. You have a minute.
I'm Marion Dodge. The Hillside Federation, representing 46 resident associations spanning the Santa Monica Mountains, voted to oppose Frank McCourt's gondola project at its meeting in April 2024. This resolution, drafted by Council members Hernandez, Soto Martinez, and Jurado, elegantly describes many of the reasons why the gondola project should be denied approval. The Federation thinks that the most egregious issue is that the project would take public park land away from the low-income local residents, many of them immigrants, in a very park-poor neighborhood, and give it to a billionaire to access his private development. This is wrong. The Federation urges all council members to support this resolution. These council members are protecting their constituents from the multiple impacts of this project. Someday, you will need their votes when you're trying to protect your constituents. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Hello, which items did you want to speak to?
Item 47 and general public comment.
You have a minute for each. Please begin.
Council members, my name is Megan Edner Briseño. This RSO proposal before us today is excessive, arbitrary, and destroys the reasonable balance required to maintain aging RSO housing stock. My concern is that the rent cap in most years will not be 3%. We keep saying 3%, but it won't be 3%. It will likely be 1.2%, 1.5%, and this is simply not enough to maintain properties in a safe and habitable manner. Per the report that was commissioned by this council, expenses on operating units have been exceeding the CPI, the full CPI for the last 12 years. That's on page 100 of the Economic Roundtable report. The fair return application, it is a 28-page application. This application requires professional level consulting to complete. It is, like someone else said, meant to make you fail. And this is not a solution for delivering a yearly adjustment for inflation. And imagine when you have thousands, tens of thousands of owners trying to submit this, the time it takes now is over a year just to get a return response on this. This is not a solution. The fair return application is not a solution for adjusting to yearly inflation. You cannot hang your hats on that. I warn against doing something like this for our city. This is excessive. This is not workable. There is a better way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we take the next speaker, this is an announcement to the council members. If you have further amendments on item 47, can you please put them in as soon as you can? Thank you. Speaker, which item or general public comment did you want to speak
General
on?
comment in item 47, please.
Excellent. You have a minute for each. Please begin.
Thank you. Danielle Moskowitz. I'm a small mom and pop property owner for 43 years in District 5. There's no urgency to change the CPI or other other than the false one that's created by the DSA and the coalition to redistribute private property from landowners to the landless. This is on their website. That is clearly stated here. Also, their goal is to live where they want, with whom they want, and how they want. So they are using you, ladies and gentlemen, to meet their ends by creating a problem to exploit, which will never be solved in this way. There is no need to reduce CPI. The CPI doesn't work and doesn't cover landlord cost anyways. California's rental housing is undergoing major shifts, some of which are devastating. The current rental housing situation in Los Angeles is that rents are resetting. The rents have declined 8% in 2025. It is the steepest drop since 2009. Vacancy rates are over 4%, with property owners having to offer free parking and other incentives. Some properties on the west side once thought that vacancy and reduction proof are now completely vacant. Current inflation is only 3%, yet March 2025 cost to redo my electrical system in my building was $23,000. In October, the same work is $40,000. Fire insurance, if you can get it, has increased to almost double. You can't offer a negative return of inflation plus costs and expect me to continue to provide a service. That is a violation of the 13th Amendment, which has abolished slavery and involuntary servitude. Providing housing is a service, and no one has the right to someone's work without compensation. What is being proposed does not allow me compensation for my investment of time, energy, money, and work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, your time expired. Thank you. Hello, speaker. Which items did you want to speak to?
Please support item 48. If Frank McCourt wants to develop his parking lot, let him do it, because then he'll also need to build more parking up there anyway for the people who will live and work up there. He won't need to cause a mile-long path of destruction from Alvera Street to the stadium. Why cause irreparable upheaval to our neighborhoods for a ridiculously lame tourist gimmick? Besides, the efficient, cost-effective solution could not be easier. The gondola's outdated budget could buy almost 400 zero-emissions electric buses. So expand the Dodgers Express to a citywide park and ride system which will genuinely take cars off the road, easing traffic from our neighborhoods. With dedicated bus lanes to and from the stadium, more people will be transported more quickly than any gondola ever could, while preserving the history and character of our neighborhood. Save Chinatown, save our park, ignore the shills, support item 48, stop the gondola.
Council President, that's all the speakers for the allotted time.
All right. Madam Clerk, what items are before us?
The council may vote on items 1, 22 through 28, 32 through 42, 45 through 46, and 49 through 50.
All right. Let's open the roll on those items, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, what's next?
The council may take items 69 through 71 if you would like for me to read the settlement amounts.
Yes, please.
For item 69 in the case entitled South Coast Air Quality Management District Notice of Violation number P78627 Toyon Canyon Landfill, there is a recommendation to expend up to $330,985 in settlement. For item number 70 in the case entitled Jesus Pimentel versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is nothing to report. For item 71 in the case relative to Cameron Hakimi versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $39,900,000 in settlement. The council may take the vote.
All right, let's open the roll on those items. Oh, sorry. All right, we will stop. We have a recusal on all the items or one of them?
And I don't think her microphone was on, but Councilmember Rahman is asking to recuse on item number 69. That's the settlement with the SC AQMD because she sits on the board.
All right. So Councilmember Rahman has recused. Let's open the roll on item number 69. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right. And now we'll go to 70 and 71 with Councilmember Rahman. All right, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, what's next?
The council like to go to item number 14.
Yes, please.
14 was called special by council members Blumenfield and McCosker for amendments.
All right, we have the amendments in. If there's no comments on those items, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, what's next?
Council may go to item number 21, called special by Councilmember Rahman for a separate vote.
All right, let's open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
All right, what's next?
Forthwith.
Excellent. And Madam Clerk, all items will go forthwith today?
Yes,
And
that
as
is
much
correct.
as our next meeting is not until the 2nd of December. All right, what's next?
Council, would the council like to go to item number 29, called special by Councilmember Jurado?
All right, Councilmember Jurado.
Thank you, Council President. Right now, so many families across our city, and especially in CD14, are struggling to make ends meet. With the confusion over SNAP emergency benefits and the ongoing impacts of rising costs, far too many of our neighbors are having to make impossible choices between rent, groceries, childcare, and other essentials. No one should have to decide which basic need to go without. That's why I introduced a motion to expand emergency assistance through our 2 family source centers, El Centro de Ayuda and Boa Heights and Barrio Action in El Sereno. These centers are trusted community-based partners that have long been there for our residents in moments of crisis. And I also want to take a moment to recognize my colleagues who have stepped up to support their communities through similar fund transfers to their family source centers to meet their needs. Councilmember Ulises Hernandez, Councilmember Kern Price, and Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez. Each of them has demonstrated a deep commitment to making sure working families in Los Angeles get the help that they need and make sure they have food on their tables. With $300,000 invested for our 2 centers, they will now be able to provide immediate relief to families affected by the recent family food assistance cuts, including expanded food distributions and direct support for essential needs. By investing in our family source centers, we're making sure that people's basic needs are met, and this is how we can build a city that takes care of its own. Thank you to everyone who makes this possible, CIAFD especially, and to our partners across LA who continue to put families and communities first.
Thank you, Councilmember Jurado. All right, let's open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, what's next?
Would the council like to go to item number 43, called special by Councilmember Blumenfield for a substitute motion?
All right, let's do that. Any comments on this item? No, all right, let's open the roll.
And this is open the roll to substitute for item number 43.
Yes.
Thank you.
So let's open the roll on substitution, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
All right, and then let's open the roll on the item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
All right, what's next?
Can I flip that, please?
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez would like to be recorded as a no vote.
Yes, vote on the previous one.
Thank
Yes,
you.
no, thank you.
So that would be 15 ayes on the reconsideration, and the vote remains the same. The item is adopted.
All right, what's next?
The council may go to item number 48, called special by council members Hernandez and a special recusal by council members Yaroslavsky and Padilla.
All right, we'll give our two MTA directors the opportunity to recuse on this item. All right, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I urge your support for the resolution to oppose the gondola project. It affirms the City of Los Angeles' official position to Los Angeles Aero Rapid Transit Project, the so-called gondola. This is not a regional transit solution. This is not a serious proposal to move Angelinos. This is not public transportation. It's a $500 million gimmick. It's a private, unsolicited proposal by Frank McCourt to take public land to ferry ticket holders to a stadium that's empty most of the year. They told us this would solve traffic at Dodger Stadium, but a UCLA study found it would reduce traffic by only 0.9%, just 600 cars. And what is the price for this 0.9%? Permanently removing 2 acres of open space at State Historic Park, removing over 160 trees, gondolas 40 feet above Chinatown and Solano Canyon homes, flying 26 feet above the LA State Historic Park, adding electric billboards in historic areas. And all of these impacts for what? So a private parking lot owner can funnel more money into his portfolio? My constituents have been screaming no for years. It was one of the things I heard most when I was knocking doors in Solano Canyon, Lincoln Heights, and Chinatown. Metro's first environmental impact report was so inadequate that a court had to decertify it. The new supplemental EIR is just as flawed, and the public process was dishonest. We do the work of bringing people in so that we can hear them in person in public comment, but Metro denied an in-person hearing and instead offered only a single Zoom call. This project is an insult to our communities, and the process has been an insult to our collective intelligence. The gimmick is over. It's time to protect our neighborhoods. I want to thank Councilmember Isabel Jurado for co-introducing and Councilmember Soto Martinez for seconding. Again, this resolution tells Metro that the City of Los Angeles refuses to be bought by shiny renderings and empty promises. Literally, there is no financial plan for this project. And that the City of Los Angeles will not sacrifice our public parks and neighborhoods for a billionaire's vanity project. Colleagues, I urge you to support our resolution and tell Metro to reject this project once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Hernandez. Let's open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 2 noes.
All right, what's next?
Thank you. The council may now move on to item number 18, called special by Councilmember Price for recusal.
All right, we'll let Mr. Price recuse. And our MTA directors will come back. All right, Mr. Price is recused. Let's open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
The council may now move on to item 47.
All right, we will begin our discussion on item 47, which a lot of work has gone into and lots of discussion has commenced and continues to happen up to this minute. And we'll begin our discussion with Councilmember Rahman, the leader of our Housing and Homelessness Committee.
Thank you so much, Council President. Colleagues, I know that we're going to have a rich discussion today, but the conversation that we're going to have today was teed up 2 years ago when we passed a broad expansion of tenant protections in 2023. While those changes took place while we were removing pandemic protections, the underlying system of tenant protections and our rent increase formula that we were dealing with then came from an earlier era in Los Angeles and hadn't been updated in over 4 decades. We have had a system that has allowed rent to rise above inflation year after year. In fact, for more than 20 of the past 40 years that we've had this ordinance in place. And because we've had vacancy decontrol and half of units turn over every 4 to 5 years, rents in our rent-stabilized housing stock have risen a lot, part and parcel of the skyrocketing cost of rents across the entire city. Only greater supply will sustainably reduce costs for all renters in LA, but I also believe that our rent stabilization formula is overdue for a change. And while I believe there is widespread agreement on this body that a change is needed at this time, I also know that there are real differences around this horseshoe in how we make those changes today. Those were apparent even in committee. But I encourage us all, colleagues, today to work towards finding agreement and to passing an update. I also want to say that whatever happens today, between the new tenant protections that we passed in 2023 and the additional support for renters from Measure ULA and Measure A funds, we have collectively managed to change City Hall's orientation over the past 5 years towards a system that is working much harder than it was before to protect vulnerable tenants and to keep people from getting priced out of the city. I am proud of that work. Our people are our city. But now it's time to focus on making sure our existing systems work, that our city works. Our office spends an extraordinary amount of time on case management for tenants, for landlords, for developers, building everything from market rate housing to homeless housing, and across the board, whoever we're doing that case management for, what we hear is that city bureaucracy is not working for them. Whether it's LAHD or DWP or the Department of Building and Safety or the city attorney, we have to follow through on our promises to everybody. Whether it is the tenant facing harassment or the landlord who wants to make repairs or the builder trying to get their permits, to fix that is governance. That takes work that happens mostly outside of these chambers. That is not going to generate headlines, but to me, that does have to be the relentless focus of our work going forward. So thank you, colleagues, and I look forward to our discussion today.
All right, Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. And I thank my colleague for her comments and really agree with her in terms of the fact that the rent is too high and we need to do something about it, and that we have moved forward, that this formula has been in place for a long time and it could stand some change. And in fact, that's why after we were coming out of COVID, Councilmember Soto Martinez and I put forward something to get a study to get the department to look at how this formula could be done differently. And they did a lot of really important work, I think, and in terms of how it could be different. And I think they came up with something that made a lot of sense. And it is backed up by study. And I'd like to bring them forward to be able to present this, because it's also something we'll be voting on. It is, while I got outvoted in committee, we did a minority report. And the minority report is basically picking up exactly what the housing department put forward with a simple addition of allowing rent banking on the bottom end. For me, by the way, the most important piece of this is rent banking. I thought that was brilliant that the department came up with that, because the whole point of a rent stabilization ordinance is to keep the rent stable, to keep it not going up and not going down, but adjusted for inflation over time. To me, that's what stability means. It means you keep that rent exactly the same year after year after year, not up, not down, but adjusted, because we all know that $100 today is different than $100 tomorrow. And that's why in the past we've used CPI, the Consumer Price Index, to measure inflation. The Housing Department came up with a slightly different formula for CPI, which I think is worth bringing forward. But I want to give you guys a chance to present what you brought forward, which is what I'm asking all of us to vote on, essentially. And most important, I mean, I want you to explain your different CPI, but I also really want you to explain rent banking and why you put it in there. And there's been a lot of question of, is it so complicated? Is it going to be something that you can do or not? Let us know if this is a complicated thing. To me, rent banking is pretty simple. It's, carry it over, carry the one. I think, it's basic math. But I'm not the experts. You are the experts. So if it's okay with the chair, I'd like to have them present the proposal that they put forward that I'm asking us to vote on as a minority report. So I'll turn it over to our department.
Good afternoon, council members. Anna Ortega, Los Angeles Housing Department. The LHD recommendations, in summary, were the following. we looked at the existing formula for the RSO annual rent increase, which was last updated in 1985, and recommended some changes. First of all, changing the index that we use from the all items formula to the all items less shelter formula. We recommended keeping 100% of the CPI. We recommended lowering the ceiling, basically cutting it in half. The current ceiling, if landlord is able to pass through both of the 1% for utility percentages, is 10%. Our recommendations are to put a cap of 5% in place. With regard to the floor, the current floor is 3%, and we are recommending to lower that floor to 2%, which would cover the actual CPI in the vast majority of the years of the history of the RSO. With regard to rent banking, and there's been a lot of discussion about rent banking because it's a slightly different thing. It's a new thing, would be a new thing for Los Angeles. Keeping in mind that the purpose of our ordinance, our rent stabilization ordinance, is to stabilize rent increases and provide some predictability for both landlords and tenants. We are proposing that if in any year the CPI index works out to something higher than the cap of 5%, that amount be allowed to be rolled over into a future year. So whatever the cap that the council determines to use, whether it's 3% or 4% or 5%, when the mathematical calculation for the rate of inflation exceeds that, we would roll that percentage over to a future year, thus making landlords whole, just taking longer to get there, spreading it out over some time in order to, once again, stabilize the annual rent increases for tenants. What we're proposing is unique, would be unique to Los Angeles. We are not proposing that landlords individually bank rents or rent increases. We are proposing that this be incorporated into the annual calculation and tracked and monitored and publicized by the housing department, as we do now. We do it already. We publicize an annual allowable rent increase, and we have since the beginning of the RSO, and inform and educate the public about what the legal rent increase is, and we investigate tenant complaints when that is exceeded. In the same manner, we would calculate and track any rent banks in the future. With regard to the utilities right now, landlords are allowed to pass through 1 or 2% for gas and electricity, but the study found, and we concur, that the resulting rent increases are excessive, so we are recommending that be deleted. In summary, right now, if nothing is changed, the annual rent increase on July 1st, 2026, under the current formula would be 3%. If all of the LAHD changes or recommended changes are adopted, it would be 2%. So that's kind of a summary. There's so much here, but those are the major provisions that go into setting this.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I mean, for me, just colleagues, I mean, if what came out of the committee was a CPI of 0.6% with no rent banking, and if you do CPI of 0.6%, and if you lower the ceiling to 3%, that's really only allowing 1.8% increase, which is going to constitute a takings in the way I look at it. Again, I do think what the housing department came up with was a sensible formula to go about making this happen. The rent banking really just keeps it even Steven, is the way I look at it. Is whatever the cap is, whatever the floor is, for me, the most important piece of this entire reform is rent banking, because over time, that allows us to at least keep true to the concept of what we're talking about, which is keeping the rent increase at zero adjusted for inflation, which is, again, zero adjusted for inflation. And then the CPI, for me, I can't support any fractional CPI, but what you came up with was, which amounts in some ways to a fractional CPI, but it's not arbitrary. It at least is, there is a rationale. There's 236 goods that comprise the basket of CPI. You're removing a few of those goods in these cases because of the feedback loop. That makes sense. Will it lower the CPI? For renters, yes, in most years it will. You did a 30-year look back, and I believe 23 of those 30 years, if this had been applied, CPI would have been lower. 7 of those years, it would have been slightly higher. But at least there's a rationale that you hang your hat on. I think we go about this, we ask our departments to do all this work, we pay for experts, we need to listen to them, and they came up with something that's reasonable. I know that the landlords don't love what you're saying because you're ditching out the increase for utilities, you're lowering the cap substantially, the ceiling substantially, you're lowering the floor, you're adding in these elements, but it's fair. Nobody's going to like it sort of on either side of this issue. I like it because I think it's fair. It doesn't solve the real problem of rent control, it doesn't solve the real problem of the rent being too high, which is a real problem we need to deal with, but we need to deal with that through housing supply, decontrol, a lot of other things could add to that. And it doesn't deal with the problem on the landlord side where their costs are exceeding the price of creating of managing a building. But we're not going to solve that problem through this either. I sort of see both sides of this argument trying to solve those bigger problems through this ordinance. And if we're trying to do that, we're going to miss the boat. If we stay true to what this ordinance is about, which is stabilizing rent, then what you put forward, plus my addition of making sure that the rent banking is on both sides of this, for benefiting the tenants as well as the landlords, is a very logical and good conclusion, and that's why I've offered it as the minority report for voting today. Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other comments on this, so Mr. Lee.
Sorry about that, Mr. President. So I have a lot of amendments here I'm trying to understand. Colleagues, I'd just like to start with the simple fact that, Los Angeles and this council has spent years building a pro-housing strategy. We've expanded incentives citywide. We adopted a housing element and citywide housing incentive programs that have focused on growth in high-opportunity areas, prioritized and fast-tracked 100% affordable projects under ED1. We've cut red tape. We've accelerated approvals and delivered real incentives for builders to produce affordable units. These are major policy wins, and they're starting to work. We finally have construction in neighborhoods where nothing has moved for years. And now, just as we are gaining momentum, we are considering a change to the RSO formula. This sends the opposite message. This sends the message, do not build here. Do not invest in Los Angeles. Do not keep your units on the market. We've seen what happens in cities that have taken this similar approach. In places like San Francisco, Berlin, Stockholm, strict rent control measures led to fewer available homes as property owners sold, converted, or withdrew their units from the market. The result was the same each time: fewer rentals and longer wait lists. 47C that is proposed before us is proposing to study the impacts of the RSO policy changes on housing construction and development in the city. I agree, but studies like this should be conducted before changes to the policy, and those studies should help us inform us on the decision making, especially for such impactful changes like the proposal before us today. The city has nearly 650,000 RSO units, and according to a recent LAHD report, 49% of them are between the 2 and 10 unit buildings. These units are they're the backbone of what's naturally occurring affordable housing, often owned by small landlords. If we impose unrealistic caps while costs of insurance, utilities, maintenance continue to rise year over year, they will sell or convert. Many already have. Between 2018 and 2023, 51% of the 2 to 10 unit properties were sold to organizational entities. That's over 34,000 units, and repeat investors, meaning they bought more than one, account for 28% of those acquisitions. What that means is that when small owners are pushed out, large corporations, buyers flip properties, acquisition costs rise, and tenants in neighborhoods pay that price. Relocation payments will just become sort of a part of the routine cost of doing business here in the city of Los Angeles. This council has fought hard to increase production, and we shouldn't undermine our own progress. If the goal is protecting tenants, then shrinking the rental market, pushing out small landlords, and stalling construction is the wrong move. I'm urging all of you to vote no until we see the impacts of what these changes have on building in our city of Los Angeles. So let's protect tenants without shrinking the future of housing in Los Angeles. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Soto Martinez.
Thank you so much, Council President. Before I begin, I just want to thank everyone who has worked on this. I know it's been, my God, over a year now. So everyone who's been involved, I just want to thank you for continuing to come. The Economic Roundtable, I don't think they're here today, but I know they worked on it pretty extensively, housing, and there was a lot of discussion in the Housing and Homelessness Committee. So I want to, I listened to both of the committees, and I want to sort of bring it here. You know, oftentimes this gets so much attention. The city council meeting gets so much attention, and committees often don't. And I really want to have that discussion here about operating income, expenses, the values of the RSO units, profitability, things like that. Because oftentimes I feel as though the small mom and pop landlords are used as a way to, in my personal opinion, sort of guide the conversation, because we all know small mom and pop landlords, and you know, we feel a lot more sympathy for them than
Mr. City Attorney.
You know, I personally, I love it when people that we don't expect to act like this, because it makes everyone on my side look a lot better. But, you know, but thank you so much. And I really want to get to the heart of that. Can you just, in your own words, try to phrase that in a way that I think is understandable for the entire public, what the study showed regarding operating expenses and profitability, turnover, values of the land?
With regard to small landlords,
and just in general.
the study found that in general, small landlords are not suffering greater distress than the RSO overall inventory.
Great. Can you repeat that again? Yeah, it's not as very loud. Yeah.
The study found that in general, small landlords are not experiencing greater financial distress than RSO landlords or overall.
Right, thank you.
Also, average rents for units owned by small landlords.
It's hard to hear when there's people are being disruptive in the audience. Go ahead, Ms. Ortega.
The average rent for units owned by small landlords is higher than the average for other buildings. 57% of tenants in units owned by small landlords are reported to be in their units for a longer period of time compared to the rest of the RSO inventory. This means that small landlords in general have less turnover, and so there's advantages associated with having less turnover. Although the other side of it is that the small landlords are also less often able to have vacancy decontrol and bring the rent up to market. Small landlords have the lowest vacancy rate.
Small buildings, I think it's small buildings. Small buildings or small landlords?
Yes, small buildings.
Small buildings, okay.
Have the lowest vacancy rate. And there's often, according to the study, and according to what we hear in real time from landlords and tenants, small landlords tend to have a more personal, positive working relationship with their tenants. Operating expenses, a lot of times small landlords are doing self-management, so they don't have to pay somebody else to manage the property. They don't have that expense, but they do have that administrative burden on themselves. A big point that the study makes, and we agree with, is that if the city were to adopt different rules for small landlords, this would be in some ways unfair to tenants in general or tenants who happen to rent units in bigger buildings.
And can you, another thing that was very revealing to me was, and correct me if I'm right on this, that it is true, like when people come here and say insurance has gone up, maintenance, like it is true, it has outpaced inflation, correct?
It is true that those expenses have gone up, but all of those expenses constitute still a small portion of the operating revenue of a property. In general, the study found that expenses amount to about 35% of the operating revenue. That leaves about 65% for other expenses, for mortgage, and frankly, for profit. But also for capital upgrades, for a reserve fund. So all of that would go into the revenue beyond the 35%. And of course, these are generalities, so a particular property may be experiencing some different financial conditions, but overall, that's what the study found for Los Angeles landlords.
Right. So as the landlords collect rent, only 35% of it goes to operating expenses, insurance, and all the other things you described. And then I also think I heard in the first committee meeting where this was heard that even because there is turnover of units, and every time there's turnover of a unit, so someone, on average, it turns over every 4 to 5 years, correct?
On average, about 50% of units turn over every 4 to 5 years.
Okay, 50% of units turn over every 4 to 5 years. And when that apartment turns over, the landlord, right, regardless of what size they are, right, are able to charge market rate. And because of that, correct me if I misunderstood, because of that churn of the units, that landlords have continued to see an increase in profits. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. So even though operating expenses and insurance and all the things that they have to spend to maintain a building, even though that has increased, because of the churn of units, their profits have increased.
In general, yes, vacancy decontrol means that landlords continue to be able to operate profitably as time goes on.
Okay, thank you. So all the study has shown is that many of the comments we hear today are just simply not true. Simply not true. Simply not true. Simply not true. And can you describe the amount of wealth that has been created through the increase of these properties? Because what I heard in your first committee is that the value of an RSO unit, one unit, has gone from $150,000 to $300,000 in the last 10 years. Isn't that what the study showed as well? Council President, I'm trying to really get to the heart of what I think is the issue here, and so it's really rude to see folks be here and be disruptive. So can you please describe
Folks, you're going to have to let members engage in this discussion you know, there weren't people shouting out when you were talking, so we'd ask that you give the same respect. Mr. City Attorney.
Yes. Look, the council member speaking, and other speakers are speaking as well. Please be quiet so we can hear what he has to say.
Thank you. Thank you, City Attorney. Can you speak on the increase of wealth of RSO units in the last 10 years, Ms. Ortega?
Yes, Councilman. According to the findings of the study, average values of RSO units have doubled over the last 10 years from about $150,000 to $300,000 per unit and are nearly 5 times above their 2000 level.
That is a lot of wealth creation happening in the city. And, you know, and that's, when I heard that, Ms. Ortega and everyone on the committee, I was kind of shocked. I actually did not expect that information to come out. And because at the same time that this is happening, what's also occurring in our city is we're seeing senior citizens being the largest group of folks that are being pushed into homelessness. And we know because most of them can't even pay their rent. We know that hundreds of thousands of people in the city are rent burdened. And we haven't even touched on how we've gotten to this point, right? We've gotten to this point because in if we look at the last 30 years, 23 of those 30 years, inflation was 0, 1, or 2. However, landlords, small or big, were still able to get 3%. And so when I think about the issue in front of us, we have to do something. And whatever comes out today is going to be a positive. But we have to approach this issue and do the best that we possibly can for people, not just in the future, but now. People are asking us to do something now and in the future. And my amendment that I introduced that puts it at 75% of CPI makes it so that something happens now. I know there's an amendment there for 90% of CPI, but I hate to say it, but that doesn't address the now. If 90% CPI is moved forward, renters and tenants in the city are basically going to pay the same amount. We've done no change for them in the now. I am asking this body to do something now and in the future. I think if we look at just the formula, from 1 to 4, the future will look different. But I'm asking us to do something now. And so I appreciate Ms. Ortega really highlighting what I think is at the heart of it is where's the money going and who's really suffering because of this, in my opinion, so the income inequality that exists in this city. And so I might have more questions, but I want to cede my time for the rest of the body.
Thank you, Mr. Soto Martinez. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you. I wanted to address a couple of issues because I understand how impassioned people are, and I'm not going to be dismissive of those that are in the audience today being frustrated by the schizophrenic nature of the policy decisions that happen around this horseshoe that has affected their bottom line. And you're talking about their investments, their financial stake in providing housing in this city. So to the comment that Mr. Soto Martinez made in dismissing their outrages, it's born for good reason, and it's based on the dynamics that this body has enabled and frankly continued to jerk them around on, going back to what they experienced in COVID. The financial impacts of what they have experienced cannot be stated strong enough. When I think back about the line that continued to get pushed from COVID, their inability to recover, the financial impact of what they had to bear during those dynamics, that affected everybody. And when I think about the environment that we're creating, because I agree, Ms. Rahman, the rent is too damn high. But you can't ignore the hand you play in helping to obstruct that housing being invested in and developed in this city when you continue to make it an unknown return on your investment. People don't want to invest in the city when they keep having the needle move and the line move. That's a reality. When you are unable to ascertain the recoverability of your costs in building in the city of Los Angeles, you disincent housing creation in the city of Los Angeles. That's just a fact. Those are market factors that are real. And I can appreciate people that have never engaged in those conversations previously understanding that. I saw the mass corporatization of our housing stock post-2008 recession. I saw it firsthand. And so the decisions that we make today under the guise of protecting, and I understand we want to protect tenants, okay? We want to do that. But we can't do it when, by the way, by the same hand, so many of you voted to increase the cost of living here in the city of Los Angeles. From the trash fees to the sewer service charges, you were all too easy about approving those. So stop acting like you're concerned about the cost. Excuse me. So we can't act that we're concerned about the impacts of those working people when you, by the same hand, approve those costs to what the cost of living is in the city, okay? I don't want to provide a false narrative, something like the president has done, calling a 50-year mortgage more affordable. The reality is that we are creating an imbalance here, and I think it's really important. The housing department just last year, when we were in committee, we're talking about how this moving target and the rental protections has actually has created some of the challenges with people's willingness to invest in housing development. It was a contributing factor to the slowdown in housing starts. And I remember that pointed comment by the housing department in that report last year. So we can pretend we didn't hear it and we can ignore it, but the reality is that what it does is that it disincents that investment of housing creation in the city. So when it comes to some of these amendments that are being proposed, and I appreciate how they're all coming forward, you know, I really wish that it was a more, it was something that we didn't have to go through the messiness on the floor, because people's real investments, generational wealth, is really what we're talking about here today. And you know, when we talk about, oh, well, the value of the properties, you know, in 1974, my parents bought the home in Arleta for $20,000. That house is now $800,000. That's just the market. That's just what happens over time. So to suggest that, oh, look, they've got more wealth, yes, but you know, a car is now actually, you know, everything's gone up. You can't ignore that this is something that is a function of, oh, they have immense wealth now. They also have immense expense. You know, the similar conversation that
Well, folks, we got to let our members speak without being interrupted.
What infuriates me is that when the housing service providers on homelessness came and said, hey, our insurance, our repairs, all of these costs went up, everybody was all too quick about saying, well, let's allow them in some cases a 20% markup. But when it comes to the private housing providers that are saying that we're struggling with the same costs, oh no, we're trying to, there's a complete imbalance, and we have to be consistent about how we do things. So I look forward to ensuring that we help to adopt something that is more rational and balanced and more consistent with some of the other policies that have been adopted by this body. But make no mistake, every decision that you make, no one was crying foul about increasing the cost of living and passing on the cost of utility, sewer service charges, or the trash fees. Those are new expenses now borne by these same individuals. But now you're saying, well, you can't recoup those costs. And you know, that's just wrong. So you can't complain about affordability or say the rent is too damn high and then be part of the contributing factor that actually makes it even more expensive in the city. So I want to thank my colleagues for some of the amendments that have come forward. I've signed on to a few of them. But I just want to make sure that we're consistent for those that want to, play both sides. I think it's really important to be consistent in the policy approach, ensuring that we both create a balance and strike a balance, because we also know that the cost of repairs, that the cost of maintaining and managing these buildings, it's also gone up. You've been prohibited from being able to recover some of those costs with a lot of these units for the last several years. And all that does is compound the impact. So we can continue to kick the can down the road, or we can have honest adult conversations right now about this. And so I really hope that we can walk away with a more reasonable and rational, and again, there's no winners in this, to be honest. There's no winners in what we're talking about. But we have to really understand that we have to strike a balance in adopting a policy that actually helps people continue to be the housing providers in this city with their own money, not city money. This is their own personal financial investments. That we don't create an environment that now helps to accelerate the corporatization of our housing stock while disincenting the housing development happening in this city because we keep moving the line. So I want to thank my colleagues for their amendments. I look forward to helping to amend what came out of committee, because I'm uncomfortable with what it does to the future of our city housing stock and the impacts that we'll have to the housing providers in this city. Thank you.
Councilmember McCosker.
Excuse me, would the one there please stop shouting? Mr. McCosker is about to speak.
Thank you. I just have a couple of small technical questions. And they go back, thank you, Anna, for being here. They go back to comments you had made. You had said if nothing changes with the current CPI at 3, the number would move to 2?
Yes.
Under the current formula. Is that because of your recommendation, or because of something that's in the current law? What's the result of 3 to 2? What's the driving factor?
It would be the adoption of the recommendations in the LAHD report.
Okay, the LAHD report, which means the difference is CPI minus housing?
Yes, and inflation has trended down a little bit.
Okay, and then that gets to that question. And it's a very technical question. These numbers, whether it's fractional because of minus housing or whether it becomes fractional because it's a fraction of CPI, those numbers that result are rounded up and rounded down?
Yes, per the provisions of the RSO, we adopt an annual percentage that's a whole percent. We don't do 1.29 or 3.29. We just round to the nearest whole percent.
Right, gotcha. Thank you for that clarification, because we've heard different things in the debate. So we round up, we round down based upon the number that you get from the feds, and then if there is a difference in CPI, whether it's the definition of CPI or a fraction of CPI, we round up or we round down to get to a whole number.
Yeah, it's more complicated than that, but
Usually things are, yeah.
yeah, but it's a comparison of the change in the CPI from the prior year that ends on September 30th versus the year before that. So it's the average of the change over a 12-month period. And then we get to a percentage and we round up or down to the nearest whole percent.
Okay. 2, completely different field, but it goes to something you had said before. You were talking about the difference between small mom and pop landlords and large corporate landlords. One of your observations that more corporate landlords may more likely have a paid manager and may have more paid infrastructure for managing their properties. Mom and pops do the work themselves. And that raises a question in my mind. When we go to just and reasonable, which is also part of what I hope that this committee and this council is going to work on, wouldn't a mom and pop be able to allocate a value to the work that they do themselves? Because that's valuable work. And put that into the just and reasonable?
We do account for some percent for self-management in the existing calculations for JNR.
Okay. So we can put a value on the work of running over and clearing the toilet or fixing stuff up, just as there would be a value if they paid for it through a company. Okay, I think that's helpful. Thank you. I might have other comments, but I just had a couple technical questions.
All right, I got Councilmember Padilla and Councilmember Hernandez.
Not yet.
You good? Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you, Council President. What infuriates me is that this body has become financial advisors to investments instead of guardians for the most vulnerable people in our city. And the second thing that infuriates me is all the cleanup that we have to do as new council members around this horseshoe for the years and years and years of dereliction of duty. There is a reason why we had to do the sewage fees. It's because they weren't done for years. And let's also talk about the sewage fees and how tenants living in buildings of 4+ units have had to pay the full amount for these sanitation fees while we have subsidized everybody else with our general funds with hundreds of millions of dollars going on for years. So let's talk about in this moment that we're in where we get to decide, yes, there are winners and losers right now. And for the most part, it's been poor people, low-income people, our seniors who have been receiving the short end of the stick. And also, let's talk about why we're in this mess of our housing providers being upset because of what happened during COVID-19. That is another thing that we have to clean up as a new body. And we talk about it regularly, but there is really no solutions. What comes up is always opposition to trying to step up for our most vulnerable communities. But we should be stepping up more for our small mom and pop landlords, and that hasn't happened. And you have a lot of people around this horseshoe that would throw down for you, but that cleanup of 2020 has not happened. And I want y'all to question that. Instead of always trying to fight against our most vulnerable, how do we step up and do better for you all? And I have not seen that solution come up to clean up what happened during COVID, because I do agree that is a loss to you all. But we have an eviction to homelessness pipeline. We get calls constantly from property owners about people experiencing homelessness around their buildings, and we are struggling to deal with that crisis. We can't house the number of people every year that are falling into homelessness, and a majority of that is because they can no longer afford it. You have workers driving hours just to work in the city because they can't afford to live in the city. So I just want to say, we're going to have a conversation about this. Let's have a real conversation about it. But also, as this body, we have a duty, and it is to serve both groups. But we've had a losing group for some time, and that is tenants, as we can see through the eviction and homelessness pipeline. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Yaroslavsky. Councilmember Yaroslavsky. Oh, you're passing. All right. So, Councilmember Padilla, your button is up again. You want to speak? Okay.
I just want to say a few things. Today we're going to vote on what's in front of us, right? I really like yours, Mr. Lee. I appreciate that you've done something related to really delineating the difference between a small property landlord compared to those who are not. So I really like 47A. We're going to vote on, I believe the one that's in front of us is the 1 to 4. But I do want to say something related to CPI. You know, in my district, I have worked really hard with my deputies to build an alliance of different multi-unit dwelling managers so that we can truly find out what happens inside those buildings, and not just from individuals who have the time to be able to show up into buildings like this and then tell us their side of the story. And I just want to say that as we all decide between, which one is this? 47E and the one that is 47D, you know what really frustrates me with all of this is that we approach this with the assumption that housing providers and tenants generally don't get along, and that they don't generally talk to each other and try to negotiate how to make a living environment where everybody benefits. I personally will be supporting D because I think it's more realistic to go with D and to really make sure that more people are, it reduces the our small mom and pops or any kind of existing RSO unit from, deciding to maybe utilize something like SB 79, and then we lose them entirely. There's a lot of different things that now incentivize those who are owners of RSO units to get out of the business altogether. So that's why I'm going to be going with 47D. And I also just want to say, if you actually go into these buildings and you talk to folks about how life is for them, they're going to nickel and dime the utilities and the increases that they need as cost of living goes up. I've heard from tenants that, well, they can't increase my rent, but they definitely put machines on the laundry and washer, so now they charge me for that. Oh, I have an extra pair of keys, I get charged for that. I'm getting in trouble because I have plants outside of my balconies, and that's an assumed water. We really have to think about how people really live in there and how they get along. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you so much, members. Seeing that there are no more members of the queue, I want to turn it over to the clerk. And just I want to thank everybody, especially the Housing and Homelessness Committee, who's been at this for a few years, and all the members that worked really hard. I know members worked late into the night last night and were up early working on this very, very important issue that is just, this is one of those issues that I say to my colleagues, this is a tough call. There's a lot of this that I like. There's a lot of it that I don't like. There's a lot of it that I have philosophical problems with, frankly, but I am clear about this. This council needs to pass something today to protect renters. And so, what that is, we have a number of amendments that are for us that we'll go through in a methodical manner. But again, I want to thank everybody who's put in the hard work. I want to thank all of the advocates on both sides of the issue. Again, there are several issues that are before us today that I know we'll come back to. Small landlords, I think, is one of them, and there are others. But again, just know that we are committed to getting this as right as we can, with something that actually passes this council and can be signed by the mayor. So with that, Madam Clerk, can you tell us what is before us and in what order? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I have Councilmember Jurado's button came up.
Sorry, Council President, to steal your last word. I've been sitting here listening to this conversation and just really thinking about how I can respond thoughtfully to all of the things that have been said in these chambers. And yes, landlord and ownership costs have gone up. In committee, we talked about how even a 1% rate increase can cover the utilities increase, and that in fact, the increase in ownership expenses come from external things that are outside of this council's control, like insurance. And I'm happy to work with any of my colleagues to work with the state in order to decrease the amount of incurring insurance costs that come up. But I also want to talk about, at the same time that ownership has become more expensive, so has been our homelessness crisis. When we talk about COVID-19 and the 2020 crisis, I think we were, policy-wise, we had a lack of leadership from all levels, especially at the federal level, with mortgage forbearance not even on the table, forcing small cities like ours to pit each other, tenants and landlords, against one another, when our purview in this body is to provide stability. That's why we have the rent stabilization ordinance. That is our duty to the city. But there are bigger solutions that are outside of our hands that are also working, and when we are here, this is our purview and this is what we should be doing. But we keep thinking about the increasing costs to landlords and owners, and our problem at the same time has only worsened our homelessness crisis. And so I'm just so frustrated with some of the conversations here that solely focus on ownership increases when we know by these increases, we could lose people to homelessness, and that becomes a more expensive problem for this city to resolve, where we are continually losing money for those services and production. And I don't think we want to continue and perpetuate the eviction to homelessness pipeline in our city. And when we talk about the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, the products that they're talking about are eggs and cars. They're not talking about homes. Homes where people live. When we're supposed to shelter in place, if you have no shelter, where are you even supposed to go? And homes, by the nature, are categorically different than, let's say, eggs, right? That's why we have laws of habitability and duties put on a landlord to ensure that there are certain things that tenants should have, because it is a home where people should be living, and we want to make sure that we have those available. And when we think about these increases, renters and RSOs make less than those that don't live in RSOs. And when we're thinking about raising it to whatever we're going to think about, 4% plus 90%, 4% plus 75% of CPI, what are you going to tell that senior on fixed income who is 75? And usually those are the people that live in RSO. Where are they going to get that extra money from? When I was canvassing in Highland Park, I had a senior who made $900. His rent was going to go up by that 7%. He considered trying to figure out how he could get another disability in order to get more money in order to pay the rent. That's where our people are at. And for the landlords and the folks that are talking about there are no way to raise the rent within the system that is designed as it is, I myself, in my past life as an eviction defense attorney, represented a tenant whose rent was increased by 47% under LAHD's just and reasonable context because his landlord made capital improvements. His rent at the time was $995. It went up by $1,400. It went up to $1,408, and that was $16,000 annually that he had to allocate for. He made $25,000 a year. And that's actually the case for a lot of the people that are here and that I represent in this district, and I know the other members. And so when we think about what we're doing today, I think we don't just ground ourselves in housing providers and their numbers as well, but we have to think about the expensive cost of what this decision could mean when we are giving people a ticket into homelessness and when we can't afford that problem to increase as well. And so I look forward to our discussions on CPI and what it could look like, and also the percentages. And I hope that we can reach a solution here that actually reflects the realities of our constituents here in the city of LA.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. I know I've spoken already. I spoke about the original substitute motion that I had, and realistically, I don't think that's going to pass, but I'm putting it forward because I do think it's the best thing. But I also wanted to mention the other amendment that I have, which is specifically on the rent banking, which I think is the most important piece of this entire change. And I should say, I also just want to address what my colleague was talking about that we need to be grounded in where our tenants are, and I agree with that. That's why we're doing all this. I mean, whatever formula we end up in is a major reform of what the current formula is. So even what the housing department put forward is half as much as what it previously was. So I just want to put it out there. What we're talking about is how do we find that balance, even though we are all saying we are trying to shift to a formula that is benefit of the tenants. And I wanted to point out a few things about the rent banking, which again, all the other things, the 2 to 5%, this, I could live, like our council president, I want to see something pass. I could live with a lot of changes, but the one change that I think for me is the most important, that is the rent banking, because that keeps true to the concept that we are trying to keep people even. Even when you're on a fixed income, a lot of fixed income Social Security are adjusted for inflation. You know, what is the definition of fixed? If you keep something the same dollar value year over year, you're not keeping it fixed, you're actually lowering its value. And I also want to say something that Mr. Soto Martinez pointed out. He talked about during these years where landlords would would make more money because the inflation rate was lower than what the floor was. Well, that would be solved with rent banking. Because in rent banking, if you have it on both sides of the equation, if inflation is 0 and we are allowing landlords to charge 2 or 3%, well, then the following year, that tenant will get that benefit of that 2 or 3%. So it evens it out. It evens it out on the low end, and it evens it out on the high end. So since he raised that issue, I wanted to make sure that we knew that rent banking is a solution to that problem. And for me, and just politically, rent banking is the piece that gets me to be supportive of this. And without that, I can't be supportive of any of the changes. But thank you,
Councilmember
Mr.
Lee.
Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple questions for the department. One of my colleagues talked about an increase in 7% rent. When's the last time an RSO unit has gone up by that percentage? Is it safe to say in the last 20 years it has not ever been 7%?
Well, actually, it would have been in 2022, but that was as we were lifting the tenant protections, and so the council elected at that time to
Sure.
switch
Okay,
it to
after we
the-
stopped making people pay their rent for 2 years, then we gave them a larger increase.
No, we
Before-
didn't give them the 7%. The council elected to utilize 4%.
Gotcha. So
before that-
historically, we've done 7%.
It hasn't gone up higher than 5% since 1982.
Okay. So is it safe to say that can you give me a second?
Between the sound, the noise in the back and here, I just can't hear it. So I couldn't hear any of your answers. If we can just somehow.
We got to speak, if folks can speak loudly into the mic because we got action going on outside. Mr. Nazarian, we have a hard time enough controlling the sound in here, controlling it outside. I don't think we have much of a shot at. But just into the mic and loudly, thank you.
Okay, so there were two answers. One was, when was the last time that the CPI was 7%? Well, the CPI was 7% in 2022, but that was not the rent increase that was allowed. The council utilized the next percentage for the next year, which was 4%. Before that, the CPI has not exceeded 5% since 1982.
Okay. Is it safe to say that if it's less than 100% CPI, that are we inviting just 5 to 10 years from now more just and reasonable cases where they could then do an extreme jump of rental prices? Would they have a case under 100% CPI?
I do think under the current provisions that utilizing less than 100% would result in possibly more qualifying JNR applications.
Which would
There's a
then
lot
allow
of
them-
factors that go into it,
Sure.
like vacancy decontrol and tenant turnover, but just on the numbers for in-place tenants, yes, it's possible that would result in more landlords who would qualify for a JNR application.
And I'm looking, you made a statement earlier that RSO units, do you have any figures on how many people have left RSO units because of rental increases? Do you have that information? But it's safe to say that those are the lowest vacancy rates of turnover, RSO units, correct?
I'm sorry.
RSO units are lowest turnover rate more than market
Yes, that
rate.
is safe to say that turnover rates are less in RSO units. We don't have specific numbers about how many have left due to rent increases.
So can we make the argument formula is not the problem? There's no, they're not leaving. So it seems like we have a system that's working, that we have people have RSO units. We have people paying the RSO, which much less than market rate.
Right. Well, so one thing to know is that just because there is an annual allowable rent increase of whatever, X percent, that doesn't mean that landlords always impose the maximum adjustment that they legally can. And sometimes landlords don't do that. They like their tenant, they know their tenant's situation, the tenant moved in recently, so there's, not every tenant gets the annual allowable rent increase.
Right, and those smaller units from, I want to make sure, because I was correct. It's been over, from 2018 to 2023, 50% of those 2 to 10 units have sold. Is that?
I would have to go back for that.
I read that in one of your reports. I read that in one of your reports. It goes back to my arguing colleagues. We always argue that we don't want more corporate ownership. What we are driving by doing these policies is that we are driving more for that to increase in the city of Los Angeles. And this is something that we've heard over and over again, is that we don't want to be the reason that stands behind and be the cause of why people are not building here in the city of Los Angeles, because they constantly can see that with one stroke of the pen, council can do whatever it wants. You can even say you don't have to pay rent over a certain amount of time. So this is just another example of how we are going to disincentivize building here in the city of Los Angeles and push more ownership into corporate ownership. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. All right, I got Councilmember Jurado again, and then Councilmember Hernandez. And then we need to move to votes, folks.
Yes, I just want to correct the record. When we raised the rent increase to 4%, that was also in conjunction with utility increase as well, based on CPI. So when we raised it 4%, landlords were able to raise the utilities and gas, and cumulatively, the rent increase could be up to 9% at that time that Mr. Lee had mentioned.
So that year, we adopted 4%, so it could have, in the master metered buildings, gone up to as high as 6%.
Okay, so it wasn't just 4%, it went up to 6%. And when we talk about turnover in RSO units, I mean, the incentive to really turnover in those units is just evicting people if you want to recoup higher costs. And when we look at the eviction rates, like between 2023 and 2025, nearly 300,000 eviction notices have been filed, and 93% of them are due to non-payment because people just don't have enough money to pay the rent as it is. And so when we propose a rent increase for a city where people are already so rent burdened, what do we think that number is going to be? When the average amount of rent in these eviction notice filings is $4,000, that's what we're talking about is on the table, if not more, for people's annual rent. And so really, we have to think about what we are going to do today and the unintended consequences and the costs that we as a city are going to bear if we're driving people further into homelessness. I just wanted to put that out there. I'm the eviction, me and Councilmember Soto Martinez have the highest number of evictions in the city, and 90% of them have to do with non-payment. And so if we're not raising the wages, we're trying to do that, and people's disability benefits are not going up, and their fixed income isn't going up, I think we have to make it proportional and think about it rationally in terms of how much we're going to increase with that, with how much people are getting in through the door. Thank you.
Got it. Okay, I got Councilmember Hernandez, Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Council President. Anna, please, earlier you were talking about JNR applications and that it could potentially, a lower CPI could lead to more JNR applications. Is that what you said earlier?
Yes.
Okay.
We're projecting what might happen,
Yes.
but yes.
Which is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the point of the JNR program? Is for if the rent at 3% is not enough for the landlord, that the opening for them to be able to increase their rent is the JNR program. So it's not like we should not be talking about more applications as if it will be a burden, because this is like a safety valve for mom and pop landlords. And so I just need us to reframe the way we think about it, because at least my understanding is that it is a safety valve. So that if the rent increase is not enough, that a landlord could file to have it even higher. And in this conversation, I think that's important to note in that distinction, because it's not a burden, it's the solution for what a lot of folks are going through. So I just want to name that because it sounded confusing and sounded like a bad thing in the interchange between you and Councilmember Lee, but in fact, it would be a phenomenal thing if more small mom and pop landlords were able to access that solution, right? Obviously, it would be an impact to more tenants, but this is a safety valve for them.
It's definitely a safety valve. It's a safety valve that exists that should not replace a balanced scheme to begin with.
100%.
We don't want, right.
100%. And that's the thing, though. That's not what I'm even saying. What I'm saying is that if there are small mom and pop landlords that need a solution, a safety valve, is that the safety valve exists. That's what I'm trying to say. So if we could just be clear on that, I think it's important in this moment. And can you also, and I know there was a motion put in the Housing and Homelessness Committee around the JNR applications and programs. I have a lot of thoughts about creating more access, making it less burdensome. But can you tell me, just in the last couple of years, what those numbers have looked like for the applications?
The numbers are not high. In 2025, which is what I have in my brain right now, we've had 4 approved applications.
So that's great. That's great, because what you're saying is that this shouldn't be the blanket, that this should be available to when it's necessary. And obviously 4 applications in 2025 means that it's a burdensome process for our landlords, that they don't know how to, that maybe they don't know how to do it. Maybe it's not, we need to do a PSA around it. I don't see that as a failure. I just see that as more people need more access to it. Is that?
I think that may be true, and we continually do outreach and education on the JNR process. For instance, in October, we did workshops in English and Spanish. We had 100 people attend. So it is a program that we promote. The other way to look at it is that on the whole, landlords may not be applying because they don't know, because they don't want to share their financial records, or maybe they are keeping up with inflation. Maybe the RSO current provisions are working as they're supposed to, which means that landlords are not suffering a financial loss. So it could be a number of reasons.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Lee.
So in 2023, when the spike in evictions happened, isn't that due mainly because people had to start paying their back rent that they were not paying?
So we also had an eviction moratorium in the COVID tenant protection years. So landlords were not able to file evictions at all. So when that was lifted, yes, there was an upswing.
So COVID ended and we had that eviction, we had that spike because this council was never honest with people that they actually had to pay that money back at the end. And so people kept not paying the rent, thinking that somehow we would come up with, government would come up with a program, but we never told them. We never, ever told them, look, you have to pay this money back. You have to, and a lot of people then were stuck in a situation where they could not pay all that money back. And when we're talking about those evictions, were those evictions from RSO units? Or what was the majority? What category was the majority of those evictions in?
So the statistics that the Housing Department maintains is on eviction filings. That's notices that landlords give their tenants. They may or may not actually be evictions carried out. There's separate data on how many evictions are carried out through the court system. What we require landlords to file is the initial notices.
So you don't know, like, if those came from luxury? Because I feel like in the report, most of the evictions came from luxury housing.
That's for all tenants, not just RSO tenants.
Right. Where was the majority?
The majority of units are RSO units.
But those evictions, the majority of the evictions were from where?
I don't have that percentage breakdown. The majority of units are RSO, and the filings include everybody.
But you can't specifically,
No, I
because
can't.
I've read something that the majority of those evictions came from higher end, not lower end products, not RSO units. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Councilmember Rahman,
You know what? I'm good.
you,
Thank you.
you don't want to call the question? You sure?
Okay, let's call the question.
All right. Madam Clerk, we've got a number of amendments before us. We are required to do them in a specific order. The first one, I believe, is, so yeah, you'll tell us the first one, and then we may stop and ask questions about the specific ones as they come up.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first item that is before council is substitute item number 47, which is a Blumenfield Rodriguez motion regarding the minority report on the council file.
All right, this is to substitute the majority report with the minority report for this council. So let's open the roll on that item. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
4 ayes, 10 no.
All right, what's next?
This item fails. Moving on to item 47F, which is amending motion Blumenfield Yaroslavsky regarding rent banking.
All right, rent banking, can you, Ms. Ortega, just explain again what impact rent banking has on the overall policy for both the tenant and the landlord?
Rent banking is meant to stabilize the annual rent increase when the calculations are above or below the thresholds that the council adopts. So if it goes over, I'll just use the LHD recommendations, but if it were to go over 5%, any percentage in excess of that would be banked or rolled over into a future year, thus maintaining the cap, whatever cap the council adopts, and allowing the landlord to recover any extra percent in the future. The way we are proposing it, it's a calculation to be done by the city, by LAHD, and publicized and made known to landlords and tenants. It is not landlords individually rent banking and deciding when and if they want to rent bank. Councilman Blumenfield has suggested and recommended that it be done on both the top end when the CPI exceeds the cap, as well as on the low end if there's a floor. When inflation is below that floor, then it would be a subtraction in a future year, but you would keep the floor.
So just a quick follow-up question, and I know Mr. Blumenfield has comments on this. If, like we've seen in history, recent history, since we've had this policy, years and years and years, the number is below the top end. What happens in that scenario? It just seems like it seems like from what you described, and I will admit to not understanding it well, from what you would describe, even when inflation was low, it would keep the allowable rent increase for the whole city, for all the RSOs in the whole city, at a higher rate. And it seems like if that went on for a long time, that it would create a pretty dramatic imbalance.
So that was the case with the 3% floor, but the recommendations, even the LHD recommendation of a 2% floor, inflation hasn't gone below 2% in many years, except one time. So we would have nothing to bank on the lower end.
Got it. Okay, Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, no, I want to clarify what you're saying there, because, and Mr. Soto Martinez mentioned it too. In all those years when rent was below 3%, what would have happened? Would it not have been a tremendous benefit to tenants if we had rent banking on the low end? What would that mean for the tenants in a year when inflation is 0, and we are allowing 3%, and when you rent bank it, what does that do for the tenants?
If we had the existing rules, it would have been very beneficial to tenants because there were a number of years when inflation was below 3%.
So similarly, moving forward, whenever inflation is lower than whatever our floor is, if you allow rent banking, you're basically saying to the tenant, during those years, we're allowing the landlord to charge you more than inflation. And that's not really fair. So in future years, but we're allowing them to do a little bit of raise the rent to a certain percentage because we've decided that there's a certain floor that they need to be allowed. But in future years, that would be rolled over. So, for example, if inflation is 0 and we allow 3%, then the tenants essentially bank that 3%. And then let's say the next year inflation is at 5%. Well, instead of having their rent raised up to 5%, they get to spend that 3%. You tell them, no, landlords, you can't spend 5%. Now you have to spend 5, 4, 3, 2%. So your rent is only going to go up 2% that next year, without rent banking, your rent would go up 5%. So my point is, during those years that Mr. Soto Martinez pointed out that we had those situations, rent banking, when you do it on both ends, would benefit the tenants. But I would argue it's not benefiting or hurting anybody. Ultimately, what it's doing is trying to follow CPI. Most costs, some of my colleagues pointed out, disability costs don't rise. Well, no, they don't rise, but they are adjusted for inflation. When you get your Social Security check, your disability check, there is a COLA in that. There is a cost of living in that. And when we talk about rent banking, or following CPI, we're not talking about increasing the rent or decreasing it. We're talking about keeping it at 0 adjusted for inflation. And what rent banking does is it allows for those inequities on the bottom end when tenants are paying more than they should for inflation to catch up over time. And it allows on the upper end, in those rare situations when CPI is going to be, however we define inflation, whether it's CPI 90%, 70%, whatever it is, in those situations when that exceeds the allowable amount, it basically says, okay, we understand that that's not fair. That's actually not keeping the rent stable. That's actually lowering the value of the rent. We're gonna allow in the future year to catch up for that. But we're not, the caps and the ceilings are to prevent the peaks and the valleys. They're not meant to be changing the overall value of the rent. So if you believe that the rent should be 0, stable, not going up or down, but adjusted for inflation however we define it, then you have to include rent banking on both ends. So I hope that explains a little bit more and why I think it's actually, for tenants, it's good on the lower end. I don't think there's any factual dispute about that. The question is, on balance, it's going to keep it even. Thank you.
Mr. Soto Martinez.
Thank you so much, Council President. I'll be very brief. I remember Councilmember Blumenfield and I talking about this very, very early on. And I think the more I thought about it, I became less enthusiastic about it, simply because the issue that I'm trying to get to is making sure that working people in the city, are able to live in the city, thrive in the city. And that doesn't solve the issue of, on some years, should this pass with a 3% cap or a 4% cap, that still many working people don't receive those types of wage increases every single year. And so the rent banking, in a way, makes it worse on some years, because to use the most current example, when the CPI would have raised to 7%, should we have had a new formula, essentially that is able to be spread out over other years, and it would have kept people's future increases higher than what their wage increases would have been. And so I understand the concept. I like the even Steven, but I just don't think it gets to the root of what I'm trying to solve, that at some point, that CPI increase will be higher than most people in the city who sometimes get, no wage increases, or even are folks that have a union contract, get a 3% or a 4%. So But I appreciate the thoughtfulness, as always, that you bring to this discussion, Councilman.
Councilmember Hernandez.
President, my question was around this was, how do you inform and enforce rent banking for tenants? If they move out, does the new landlord give the new tenant a rent break? Does the tenant get to carry that percentage to their new unit? I don't know, how does this apply in the real world?
The RSO annual allowable rent increase would be calculated by the city. The rent banking and the percentages, all of that would be baked into what is allowed for each rental unit, each RSO rental unit in the city. It's not portable. It applies to the percent that the rent can be raised for an in-place tenant.
So an in-place tenant, but not a tenant that leaves or is evicted or things like that. Okay.
But then if it goes to another RSO unit, it still would be part of the allowable rent increase in the new unit.
So let's say someone moves out of that RSO unit and it's rent banking. Does the tenant that comes behind them benefit from that rent banking?
Yes, it applies.
I'm seeing a yes and I'm seeing a no at the table.
It would apply to the in-place tenant in the unit. It would apply across the board to all RSO tenants.
Understood. But my question is, if they leave and that unit is vacant, is that unit still covered under the rent banking percentage?
Yes.
Am I asking the?
When a unit becomes vacant, we don't have any the city has no regulation on it.
That's what I
The
wondered.
landlord can increase the rent by 1,000% if they want to. It only applies in the following year once they're inside of an agreement with the landlord.
Great, that's what I wanted clarity on. Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield.
I won't belabor that, but I was agreeing with Mr. Soto Martinez and the problems that you're trying to solve. I agree we need to solve. I just don't think this is the mechanism for solving those problems. I think this is about stabilizing the rent, but the rent is too damn high, and we need to do the things that we need to do in terms of housing and a lot of building out all the things that we need to do to bring that down. I'm 100% with. I just think this shoehorning that problem and the landlord's problem on the other end into this bill misses the point of the stabilization ordinance, which is to keep the rent at zero. Zero increase,
All right.
zero decrease.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. All right, so we've got this next 47F as in farm before us. Madam Clerk? All right, so let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 8 noes.
Item 47F fails.
All right, what's next?
Next is amending motion 47E, introduced by Councilmember Soto Martinez, seconded by Councilmembers Hernandez, Jurado, and Rahman, regarding amending recommendation 2A to amend the percentage of the CPI to 75%.
All right, and in as much as the question has been called, we want to try to limit comments to the members who makers of the amendments to explain the amendment.
Yeah,
Mr. Soto Martinez.
Thank you so much, Council President. I'll be very brief. I just want to thank Councilmember Hernandez, Jurado, and Rahman for seconding this motion. And similar to the comments I made earlier, I'm thinking about this immediate changes now and changes in the future. Of all the different CPI formulas that we're considering, 60, 75%, or 90%, the only one that makes a change for tenants right now is 75% and 60%. So I hope folks can jump on board with the 75% of CPI. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Soto Martinez. All right, let's open the roll on 47E as in elephant. Oh, sorry, Mr. McCosker.
Point of order. So we're going to have two amendments back to back, one at 75 and one at 90. Is it the later in time that controls, or is it the the one that garners the most votes.
Madam Clerk, Mr. City Attorney?
So it would be, so we're going in order, so we're starting with 47E. So if you vote for 47E and it passes, and then you vote for 47D and it passes, 47 would control.
Wait,
47D would control.
so that
Yes.
it's temporal, the later in time will control.
Correct, yes.
All right, did that answer what you were asking?
Yes, is the council president urging a vote on one or the other?
I am the maker of 47D, as in dangerous. So there we go. All right, let's open the roll.
And if you vote for the next one, it goes up. This is basically saying we're changing from 60 to 70, right?
60 to 75.
To 0.75.
Yes.
Right, so, I mean, honestly, I want the different formula, but if the way I'm interpreting this, I'm being asked, do I prefer 0.6 or do I prefer 0.75? And then the next vote would be, do I prefer 0.75 or do I prefer 0.90? That's how I'm seeing
That's
this.
not quite it.
That's why I wanted to make sure I
Yeah.
understood it before I vote for it.
So what you're saying is true should 75 get 8 votes or more? I mean, yeah, should this one get 8 votes or more, then that would be true. If it doesn't, then I just want to make sure everybody knows there's a possibility of them both failing. So be clear about that. All right?
Which would then go back, if the original one passed, go back to 0.6.
To what came out of committee, yeah.
So I'm looking at this as, do I want 0.6 for a yes? I mean, for a no? Or do I want 0.75 for a yes? I don't know. I mean, that you could look at it two different ways. That's why I'm trying to understand how I want to vote. I mean, I actually want the actual CPI, but I'm trying to figure out how to vote on this. So.
All right, Councilmember Hernandez.
Clarifying question for Anna, is that okay? I know that we're done with discussion, but
Clarifying question, yes.
What is around the CPI all-in and less shelter? What's the difference?
The CPI all shelter, less shelter removes the cost of housing. In most, they're close. Some years are the same. In the majority of years, the all CPI results in a higher percentage. Therefore, that's good for landlords, bad for tenants. In some years, the CPI less shelter is generally better for tenants and worse for landlords.
Great, so, oh goodness gracious, all right. So not only are we talking about the less shelter, the all-in, but even the percentage. Like, the higher the percentage, the more beneficial for the landlord, correct?
Yes.
So on a higher percentage in all-in, that's like a double win for landlords? Just so I can understand clearly. I need clarity.
Well, all of these are less than what the current law provides.
Yeah, but that's not my question. My question was, is it a double win? If it get a higher CPI and all-in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no more comments on the queue, let's open the roll on this item. E is an elephant. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 8 noes.
47E fails.
All right, that takes us to 47D as in danger.
Amending motion 47D, introduced by Councilmember Harris Dawson, seconded by Councilmember Yaroslavsky, is to amend recommendation 2A to 90%.
The Council President has put forward this amendment in the spirit of delivering enough support for LARSO to pass council today with enough votes to do well down the hallway. Councilmember Hernandez.
To add, ask if I could add in a friendly amendment to that and add less shelter instead of all-in.
We should probably vote on that. I think that's a substantial change, I think. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay. So thank you. Do you have a second for that, Councilmember Hernandez?
Councilmember Jurado seconds. All right, so we have a Hernandez amendment to redefine CPI to be CPI less shelter calculation?
With the 90% that you have, right? So it's a higher CPI than what
Right.
we're at.
All right, let's open the roll on that item. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
5 ayes, 9 noes.
That motion fails.
All right, and so now we're on to 47D as in danger. Well, we just did an amendment. All right, let's open the roll on that item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 4 noes.
That motion passes.
All right, that takes us to 47C as in color.
Thank you, Council President. Next is amending motion 47C, introduced by Councilmember Harris Dawson and Councilmember Rahman, seconded by Councilmember Yaroslavsky, regarding instructing the Department of City Planning and the LAHD with consultation from relevant stakeholders to report related to the impacts of a lower allowable rent increase formula.
All right, so this motion was also put forward by the council president to deal with the impacts of RSO on future construction on land where other RSO units presently exist or existed at one time. It would look at the requirement that everything built in the future there be subject to the RSO, as opposed to a one-to-one replacement or some formula replacement of RSO units that are taken away. If there are no comments, let's open the roll on that one. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
Thank you. 47C is adopted. Next is amending motion 47B, introduced by Councilmembers McCosker, Yaroslavsky, and Rodriguez, and seconded by Councilmember Park, related to amending recommendation 2B to establish a floor of 1% for annual RSO rent increases, and 2C to establish a ceiling of 4% for annual RSO rent increases.
All right, seeing no comments, let's open the roll on this item. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Amending motion 47B is adopted. Next is amending motion 47A, introduced by Councilmember Lee and seconded by Councilmember Rodriguez, related to adding recommendation F, established that qualifying small property landlords can raise the rent by an additional 1%.
Mr. Lee. Can we get sound for Mr. Lee, please?
I'm sorry?
Your mic, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I would like to ask the President if you can change this actually to a Rule 16. This is something that should be discussed a little bit more to make sure that we're not making a mistake.
All right.
So if we can move to Rule 16, I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, so we'll grant Mr. Lee's request to table this matter for another time under Rule 16. What's next, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. That would be without objection for 47A. So now the council may vote on item 47 as amended by, hold one moment,
A lot of us.
by 47D, 47C, and 47B, as in boy.
Got it. All right. Councilmember Yaroslavsky, or was that for the last thing? Okay. Councilmember Soto Martinez? Councilmember Rahman?
You know, I want to thank my colleagues for a robust discussion today. I think a number of you made your concerns and questions very clear. I want to thank the Housing Department for being here and for being willing to answer questions, and for everyone's robust engagement, and for the public for being here. I think everyone was listening. Everyone is taking feedback into account related to costs, related to you know, what our economic condition is today. And I think while I knew when we were coming into this meeting that what came out of the Housing and Homelessness Committee would not have necessarily the support of the whole body, and that became abundantly clear during the discussion, and I think that was clear to everyone here. I do hope, and I want to underscore this, I do hope that I'm hearing from people that we do need to make a change to this formula. Like, I want to get this over the finish line. We need to make a change to this formula. It has been 40 years since we put this formula together. It was passed during a very different moment in LA history. It was passed during a moment when we were facing double-digit inflation, year after year. That was when that formula was put together. What we're facing now is a very, very different situation. Between the interventions of the state government through Costa-Hawkins and other regulations, and through the landscape that we're facing, where people are faced extraordinary rent increases year after year, and the fact that these extraordinary rent increases are driving people out of the city. I represent Council District 4, where there's a lot of people who work in the entertainment industry. I saw people testifying here from IATSE earlier who work on productions. We are not seeing jobs in the way that we were before. And what is happening, and I'm seeing it among constituents, is that they're looking at the landscape of economic insecurity ahead, and it's not just in entertainment, it's in a lot of industries, and they're choosing not to bet on LA anymore. That is what is happening. And when our people leave, we lose what is best about Los Angeles. That is the fear that I have every single day, that our affordability crisis is making Los Angeles less resilient. It is making it less possible for people to live here. We have to make it possible for people to live in Los Angeles, to make businesses in Los Angeles, to have their families in Los Angeles, to send their kids to Los Angeles schools. That is what our future resiliency is built on, and I encourage you all to support this change today, because it is 40 years in the making. It is many, many years overdue, and I hope that we can have the support of moving this forward today out of this council. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Rahman, and thank you for setting the historical context for this. I will remind our members that this is originally in the 1970s a Joel Wax and Zev Yaroslavsky motion that we are renewing. So with that, let's open the, Councilmember Rodriguez, sorry.
Thank you. And, yes, and I agree with you, Ms. Rahman. This is a long time conversation, and we want a Los Angeles that has the available housing, that has the kind of economy that can support people making a good middle income living, middle class lifestyle. We want all those things. But we have to reflect on all the policy decisions that we make that will either aid us in getting closer to delivering on that promise for the people of Los Angeles or less so. And it shouldn't come at the expense of the very same people who invested, frankly, so much of their own life savings to be able to provide that housing opportunity for families in the city of Los Angeles. So we have to strike a balance with everything that we do, and what I look forward to doing as we work together to help create an environment that is actually more affordable for people to live in Los Angeles, that we work to create jobs or people investing in creating in those jobs in Los Angeles. We have to strike a balance with all the policies that we make. And it's not one without the other, it's all together. So I look forward to everyone actually working together to help create an environment that is more hospitable to job creation in the city. I look forward to creating an environment that actually incents housing development in this city so that we can, in fact, reduce the cost of living in the city of Los Angeles. I look forward to all of those conversations happening concurrently, because one cannot exist without the other. And let's make sure that we don't aid and abet the incredible cost of living in this city by adopting back-ended tax increases that further impact the very same people who, whether they provide the housing or live in the city of Los Angeles, are going to be impacted by our own hand, by our own decisions. So I look forward to all of these conversations happening in concert with one another, because reality is we can't do one without the other. It's all of the above. Let's make Los Angeles more affordable for the people who live here, but let's ensure that we create an environment that is hospitable to business existing here, because if we don't have both, we lose. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Soto Martinez, and just remember the question has been called, so
Thank you, Council
respond
President.
accordingly.
I just want to, I want to thank everyone who's worked on this. Councilmember Rahman ushering this through the chair of Housing and Homelessness Committee. There's been so many conversations, and I want, for the folks, I represent 80% of my district as tenants. I get between 600 and 800 eviction filings for non-payment of rent every single month. And I want folks in my district, the renters of my district and the renters of the city to know that nothing was left on the table during this conversation, this discussion. Every single thing we could have got, we got for folks. And something that hasn't been looked at in 40 years, we finally took a look at it, we made a change. And so I hope folks that I try to represent in the city walk away feeling happy that we got everything that we could. And I just want to say I will be supportive of this and want to thank everyone who worked on this and helped bring us to this vote. It looks like it's going to pass based
All
on what I'm
right,
seeing.
thank you so much, Mr. Soto Martinez. All right, members, let's open the roll on item 47 as amended.
47B as a no, please. Thank you. Just my vote, no on that. Don't reconsider it. No.
We want to change the vote, which doesn't change the outcome.
Thank you. The vote for 47B will be 12 ayes and 2 noes.
All right,
Does not change the outcome.
all right. So we have amendments and we have the full motion before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 2 noes.
This item is adopted as amended.
All right, thank you so much, everybody. What's next, Madam Clerk?
The council has motions for posting and referral.
They are posted.
Chair.
Councilmember Hutt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On item number 48, I'd like to be recorded as a yes.
As a yes vote? Okay.
Thank you.
Is that
Hold on.
okay for us?
One moment, sir.
4-8?
48, yes, sir.
Yes, the vote for 48 will be 12 ayes and 1 no.
Thank you.
All right. The motions have been posted and referred. Announcements, members? Any announcements? All right, seeing no announcements, we'll ask everybody in the chamber. I'll give people a few more minutes to exit so we can do our adjourning motions with the respect they deserve. And Sergeant, once critical mass of people have exited, if we can just close the doors. All right, I'll ask everybody remaining in the chambers to rise for adjourning motions, and just folks exiting, in as much as we're conducting adjourning motions, we will ask you to be as quiet as possible and respectful. We'll begin with Mr. McCosker.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I rise to adjourn today's meeting in the memory of Jesse Marquez, a lifelong resident of Wilmington and one of the most determined and effective advocates for environmental justice in the entire harbor area. Jesse was born in 1951. He grew up in Wilmington. He was a high school track star at Banning High, once a pilot, always a pilot. He was on Coach Pete Zamperini's track team, who was the older brother of Louis Zamperini, which went toe-to-toe with elite track programs across the region. As a teenager, Jesse was also involved in the Wilmington Team Post. It was here that he made a connection with the great John Mendez, who was a key figure in the lives of so many people growing up in Wilmington. John connected Jesse to the UCLA High Potential Program, where Jesse studied alongside future leaders of the Brown Berets, the Black Panther Party, and many other social justice organizations and movements. Jesse and his family lived right across the street from what was the Fletcher Oil Refinery, located on the border of Wilmington and Carson on Lomita Boulevard. In March of 1969, a massive explosion rocked that refinery. Multiple tanks exploded in a chain reaction, and pieces of the structures flew hundreds of yards in the neighborhood. 2 workers there perished, and over 100 people in the neighborhood were treated for injuries, including some in Jesse's family. That incident was a wake-up call to Jesse about the industrial dangers in Wilmington, and it led him to a life full of incredible accomplishments in environmental justice. In the early 2000s, the Port of Los Angeles presented a planned expansion into Wilmington by hosting a meeting in the gym at Will Hall, which is the local park. The presentation included the idea of putting up a 20-foot fence on C Street as a mitigation. Jesse, along with other residents, asked for follow-up meetings and more information. When they learned more about this expansion and more about this mitigation, they fought hard against it. Jesse replied, "Hell no, not over my dead body. We will not accept that, and we will fight it." Jesse and 31 other residents rallied together. They founded the Coalition for Safe Environment. Jesse held the title of Executive Director of the Coalition from 2001 until his passing. The coalition started, and by the way, that wall didn't go in. A beautiful park went in, and it's a great park. And we have multiple events there, and it made the best of a tough situation. The coalition started working together and learning about health effects of industries around them and forming connections with leaders throughout the environmental justice field. And over the years, they played a key role in advancing many important policies. Jesse, either acting alone or through that organization and other organizations, was involved with and became a powerful voice in the fight for better air and a better environment. He won multiple legal battles against state, local, and regional agencies. He advanced legislation that will ensure a generation that follows him will live healthier as a result. Unfortunately, sadly, Jesse was struck by a vehicle earlier this year, and he had been in the hospital ever since. He passed away on November 3rd at the age of a young and healthy 74 before the accident. On behalf of a grateful city of Los Angeles, we extend our deepest condolences to his family, his friends, and everyone who had the privilege of knowing him. We thank Jesse for his unwavering spirit in the fight to make the harbor area a healthier place, and I will say, to push back on folks like us to make sure we do our jobs. May he rest in peace.
Thank you so much, Mr. McCosker. Councilmember Padilla.
If you're okay with it, I would love to be added to this adjourning motion. I knew Mr. Marquez for a long time, a big part of my work when I was part of the cleanup, green up work in coalition with Unión de Vecinos and Pacoima Beautiful. I'm gonna really miss him. He really was somebody who didn't just talk the talk, but was about the walk. And it's very real within the environmental justice space. A lot of people, want to support the polar bears and call themselves environmentalists, but when it comes to people like Jesse, he really knew that it was about, it's everything local. It's about protecting your backyard. And it's really fascinating how it was really his experiences that led him to his life's work. And he really created impact. And I think he is actually a really good example for individuals that want to take on environmental justice issues. He's a great model for it. It starts in your backyard, and believe it or not, it's mainly related to planning.
Yep, your backyard and your front yard. Thank you. I'm sure his family is honored.
Thank you so much. And Mr. McCosker, I did not know Mr. Marquez, but I feel like I know his spirit, and I'd ask to be a part of the adjourning motion as well, with your permission. All right. Any other adjourning motions on this side of the room? All right. Councilmember Rahman.
So much. Councilmember McCosker, if I could also be added to that adjournment. This is actually the second institution in which we've mourned Jesse Marquez. We also mourned him at the South Coast State QMD, so where he played a big role and a voice, so I'd love to be added to that as well. His presence was felt in that space. I rise actually today to adjourn in memory of another environmentalist. I'm heartbroken today to rise in memory of a true Angelino and a daughter of the Valley, the late Melanie Winter. Melanie passed away last month after a battle with lung cancer, leaving behind a hole in Los Angeles as wide as the river she loved so dearly. For nearly 3 decades, Melanie was an evangelist for the LA River, spreading a big, bold vision for what this asset could be for the city of Los Angeles. But Melanie's path to becoming the LA River's greatest champion was as winding as the waterway itself. Born in 1958 in the San Fernando Valley, she spent her weekends working at the Renaissance Fair among the trees at the old Paramount Ranch, where, according to her longtime friend Sean Scudder, she got a taste for the earth. At 17, after graduating from Cleveland High in Reseda, this talented dancer moved to New York City to pursue her dreams. She performed on Broadway alongside legends like Jerry Lewis and Lena Horne, appeared in several Hollywood films, but eventually she returned home to her native Los Angeles, where she found her purpose, the champion and the guardian of the city's LA River. Through the River Project, which she founded in 2001, she championed the idea of unbuilding the river, removing concrete where possible, restoring the natural floodplains that support our vibrant ecosystems. This vision, one that this region is now pursuing in places like the Sepulveda Basin and the Glendale Narrows, was revolutionary at the time. Melanie and her dog Maisie were fixtures at meetings and public forums. She made sure the river's future was never discussed without considering its ecological restoration. Her comments and her questions and her vision challenged all of us in government and advocacy to think bigger and bolder. But Melanie understood that creating change required more than policy, it required hearts and minds. She used art to inspire connection to the river and young people. At the Valley Heart Greenway in Studio City, she worked with fourth and fifth graders from Carpenter Elementary to create frog gates, a snake wall, a butterfly bench, permanent reminders of what's possible when we engage the next generation. She organized communities, challenged developers, and fought for what became Rio de Los Angeles State Park, which opened in 2007. Her friend Sean, who knew her since childhood, said that Melanie embodied the spirit of caring deeply enough to make change happen, a spirit perfectly summed up by the final line in the children's book, The Lorax. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Melanie lived and breathed Los Angeles. She saw its potential, its beauty, its need for healing. She taught us that the river isn't just infrastructure. It's our largest natural asset, a source of life, a source of community connection. Her work continues and her vision endures. And we honor Melanie by carrying forward her bold dream of the LA River restored, accessible, and alive, a river that serves all Angelenos just as she did. Rest in peace, Melanie. Los Angeles has lost a true champion. And I know Councilmember Yaroslavsky also has some words about Melanie's history and legacy.
Councilwoman Rahman. Melanie Winter's passing has deeply affected Los Angeles' environmental community, especially those who've worked to reconnect our city with its river. Even as her health declined, her conviction and her fire never faded. For nearly 3 decades, Melanie urged Los Angeles to think differently about its river and its future. She believed that nature provides the best solutions and dedicated her life to proving it. Through the River Project, she helped create parks, restore habitat, and inspire a generation of environmental leaders. Melanie focused on solutions that improved everything around them: cleaner water, cooler neighborhoods, and a healthier city. Now, on a personal level, I worked closely with Melanie for over 4 years on developing Measure W and on developing LA County's Office of Sustainability. She was tough, she was tenacious, she was a true believer. She told you what she thought every single time. And I appreciated that in her as an advocate, and I hope we can carry her clarity of purpose and her belief in what is possible when we let nature guide us forward. May her memory be a blessing.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Ms. Rahman and Yaroslavsky. I remember Melanie when I was on the Board of Public Works, and she was involved in doing the water reclamation project in Panorama City, right there by the Kaiser. But also, I had the opportunity to watch her heavily engage when I was leading the work on the Upper Los Angeles River Tributary Working Group, when we were helping to make sure that not just the LA River was material to the conversation, but all the tributaries that are in disadvantaged communities, in communities like mine in Pacoima and Sunland, where we have high Cal EnviroScreen scores. She was very much a regular fixture at the meetings that we had with MRCA at ULART, and I was, always awestruck how she just showed up to every single meeting. She was always participating and engaged in all of these conversations as well. She wasn't just an advocate for those issues specific to the river, but just all environmental issues that, that were in adjacent communities as well. And so may she rest in peace.
Councilmember Padilla.
I'm very sad that we lost Melanie Winters. You know, it's very real that she was very tough on elected officials, very critical, not just of elected leaders, but also of, departments, because she was unapologetic about her beliefs. And, the last time that her and I got together, she started crying. And she started crying because she felt like everybody respected her work, but wouldn't give her the credit where credit is due. And I want her to know, now that she's left us, that I'm going to continue to fight for the things that she left behind. She was very, you guys mentioned the LA River, Measure W, Office of Sustainability. I had the privilege of seeing her in all of those spaces. But what's more close to home, not just the median that she worked so hard on in Panorama City. And yeah, I remember I think that was when I had my first conversation with you, Monica, to be very honest with you, was at that event. She did a lot for the Sepulveda Basin and putting together the Sepulveda Basin vision plan. And, as funding becomes available, I want to let her know that I'm going to make sure that these infrastructure ideas related to creating a more beautiful, sustainable basin are going to happen. So I want to, I believe in spirit, so I hope she knows that I am going to do that. I am saying this directly to her. But I also want to tell everybody that she coined this term known as urban acupuncture. And what she was trying to show everyone is we don't always have to do these $1 million projects in order to put more water back into the earth, for water reclamation and water cleansing. What she was trying to say is even in your small front yard or your small backyard, as long as you do some kind of California native garden, you could play a role in helping address the water crisis. And that's what she calls it, urban acupuncture. If we could put a bunch of holes all over LA, we can all do our part. So I hope that in her memory, everybody thinks about redoing their garden space into a way of playing a role in saving and valuing water as a precious commodity. So, and also, I wish we would have had a picture of her when she had her big, long, beautiful blonde hair. She still looks so cool, a true hippie, in my opinion. I really will miss her. And I also hope young environmentalists look to her to be like her, because while she was very tough, she did know how to work in coalition, and she knew how to grow groups. She knew how to start nonprofits. She knew how to do the work. So may more folks follow in her leadership. May she rest in peace.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Figured I would add on to all this. I first met Melanie probably 25 years ago when I worked at the Conservancy, the MRCA, and the river was just this idea. And as Councilwoman Padilla mentioned, she definitely had an edge to her. We clashed at different times, but we worked together on things throughout the years. But she really is evidence that, the impact that someone who is just almost singularly focused can have on society and making real change. I mean, I've got to give it to her. Over these years, her focus on the river and environmental stewardship has made a big difference, and I'm pleased to have known her and to have worked with her, and just wanted to join in honoring her memory today.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Thank you, all council members, for bringing this this adjourning motion on behalf of Ms. Winter. Any other adjourning motions? All right, seeing none, we're adjourned. Thank you so much.